All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of Solvang City Council for Monday, May 24th. I call the meeting to order at 6:30. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilmember Clark,
Here.
Councilmember Infante,
Here.
Councilmember Thomas,
Here?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Here.
and Mayor Urig.
Here.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Thomas, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Would you please stand? Place your hand over your heart and repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I don't believe we have any presentations or ceremonial items at this time.
We only have presentations.
Only presentations, okay. So our first presentation will be from Solvang School, and they'll be talking about water conservation. So if Ms. Sugich and Ms. Tovalin, the floor is yours.
Stand over here in front of this mic. Over here.
She's trying to get it up on the screen.
Uh-oh.
Chair.
Ms. Day is on.
Ms. Day, if you'd like to unmute yourself and share your screen, you should be able to do so.
So Grace, I thought you were going to be using your device. Is that not true?
It's not working right now. We were hoping that you would be able to do that via Zoom, Ms. Day.
All right. Give me one moment. All right. I'm just pulling it up, ladies. You both look very professional. Thank you.
You'll be able to see it up on the screen here.
All right, and if you ladies will just say next slide, and then I can move you guys through. So let me take this into present mode.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Urig and City Council members. My name is Grace Sugich, and this is my partner, Anneli Tovalin. Before we get started, I would like to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to share our idea. Next slide, please. This chart shows the consumption of water in the Santa Barbara County in 2020. You can see that 4% of our water is purchased, 40% is groundwater, 14% is state water, 26% is from Lake Cachuma, 10% is other surfaced, and 4% is recycled, and 2% is recycled, and 4% is from desalination. This is the amount of water we use. Next slide, please.
As you can see here, Santa Ynez Valley uses a lot of fresh water. I can't see. It's okay. No, I can't. I don't have the notes. Oh, God, I don't have the notes. For example, Santa Ynez Valley sources and its fresh water uses it mostly from groundwater in Lake Cachuma. 2% of Santa Barbara's county water is recycled, as Grace explained. For example, in early April 2021, Solvang City Council called for a 15% water reduction as we head into a drought. Solvang, as we research, Solvang relies heavily on state water.
In the Santa Ynez Valley alone, next slide, please. In the Santa Ynez Valley alone, we use I can't even pronounce that number, it's so big. That's how much water that is. Per person, Santa Ynez uses about 275 gallons of water a day. Solvang uses about 245 gallons of water per day. Buellton uses about the same as Santa Ynez with water. Next slide, please.
As we researched, we saw the benefits of becoming eating vegetarian once a week. That also can help your diet. First, it will protect you from eating potentially harmful processed meats. It will also help you lose weight if you want to lose weight. It helps you prevent heart disease by 20%. Also, going meatless will help you save money, increase your antioxidant levels from vegetables like spinach, reduce your stress levels, and meat gives a lot of inflammation, so going meatless will lower that. So as we're looking at that, we're wondering, is meat really worth it?
Next slide, please.
So of course there's going to be pros and cons of our plan. The cons are historically SYV has been an AG community. Some locals might not understand the importance of cutting meat from their diet one per day. But there are some pros. If we do Meatless Monday more than a week, then we can save 1,800 gallons of water. Our bodies will be introduced to new proteins like tofu, cheese, and vegetables. Even though meat production will be put back, vegetable production will still find creative ways to make more money. So you might be wondering, what will this do in the long term? In short term, it will conserve water. In the long term, it will slow down climate change and conserve water, save more animals, and if we do Meatless Mondays for 3 weeks, it will cut back by more than 3,000 gallons of water.
Next slide, please. So finally, our plan. Our goal is to encourage and implement a Meatless Monday program in the San Ynez Valley to conserve water. Ways to help. Solving School and other schools in the valley can serve meatless dishes on Mondays. Restaurants can offer vegetarian options to help support our program throughout the week. People might not want to do this, so the restaurant can offer a complimentary drink or dessert to help incentivize the customer to order meatless. Grocery stores can offer vegetables, tofu, rice, and other meatless proteins that may support deals on Mondays from our local farms. Families can eat more vegetables on this day to help conserve water. These are just a few of the endless ideas for Meatless Mondays. Imagine this. For 1 pound of beef, we use 1,800 gallons of water. For 100 pounds of beef, we would be using 180,000 gallons of water, making 400 quarter-pound burgers. Is it really worth consuming that much water? Next slide, please. How will we spread the plan, you ask? Well, we will talk to local farmers, seeing if there can be deals between stores or their local farms for vegetables. We will spread the word on social media by asking people to go to certain stores or restaurants that support our plan. We will talk to restaurants and grocery stores to have special deals on Mondays. And then we will contact local newspapers to help us spread the word. Next slide, please. I've created a PSA on this slide. If this plan went through, we would hang it around the valley. Thank you for taking this time to hear our presentation out of your busy schedule. We are happy to answer any questions you might have at this time.
Council, do you have any questions?
Very clear
Yep.
presentation.
Thank you very much for being brave enough to come up here and present.
Of course.
Thank you.
And maybe hopefully we can help you implement some Meatless Mondays.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Take care. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Day.
Thank you very much for having us.
The next presentation will be the Animal Services.
Yes, and we have with us Angela. She's the Animal Services Director with the County of Santa Barbara, who will make a presentation. Go ahead, Angela. You're muted.
I'm hoping if I share my screen here, we will be able to get the slideshow up. Is that working properly?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So Madam Mayor and members of the council, as the new director of Santa Barbara County Animal Services, it's a pleasure to share this presentation with you on our new emerging community-based vision, which was endorsed by the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors last week. We will also highlight one of our new innovative technologies, the new smart dog license tags. To fully understand why the COVID-19 pandemic brought such a radical shift in the animal welfare world, I'll start with a short historical perspective on the evolution of our industry, which demonstrates clearly why now is the time for change. The innovations that are being implemented by industry leaders throughout the United States are shaping the new vision for animal services, which is a game changer for both the animals and your constituents. Throughout history, few illnesses have provoked as much fear and anxiety as rabies. In the United States, efforts to protect humans and control rabies in domestic populations of animals began early in the 19th century. Of particular concern during that period of time were free-roaming packs of dogs, which were routinely rounded up by dog catchers and then killed. Animal ownership being very different in the mid-1800s, many of the owned dogs tended to join these packs and go for a daily joint, and it was inevitable that many of them were rounded up as well. And that's how the impounds, or these short-term holding locations where owners could come and reclaim their dog before they were euthanized, that's how that developed. So impounds or pounds. So this language around dog catchers and pounds really started from that model back in the 1800s. Rabies has been considered controlled since about the 1950s in the United States, and we only have about 1 to 3 cases of human rabies a year. However, the role of animal control and sheltering has stayed firmly established around the dog catchers and the pound model, the fundamental concept that animals are picked up or surrendered and then warehoused at a central location. And the result of this model over the past 100 plus years has been that millions of animals have lost their lives in United States shelters. But in response to public pressure, growing humane legislation was passed. In California, it was the Hayden Act in 1998. And the Hayden Act expanded minimum impound times and required that adoptable animals be released to rescues or adoption organizations under certain circumstances. And what's critical to understand about the Hayden Act is that it changed the culture of animal sheltering and welfare, but it did not change the physical shelters themselves, which were really only designed for short-term housing prior to euthanasia. These old shelters did not consider the welfare of the animals, nor were they built for humane longer-term housing. And both our Santa Barbara and our Lompoc shelters are over 50 years old, and their design is reflective of this pre-Hayden era. Since its inception, Santa Barbara County Animal Services has been operating around the functional mandate and model of rabies control and the central warehousing of animals in physical shelters. Our operations have been focused on 3 physical shelters in Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, and Lompoc, with animals, staff, volunteers, and resources divided and siloed by these shelter boundaries, which has created some inefficiency and a lack of cohesive service countywide. Our 3 shelters also vary greatly with regard to their physical condition and ability to support services. But the COVID-19 pandemic brought an unexpected silver lining to animal services. It was an opportunity to really look at our industry from a community perspective. And this has turned the historic model of animal sheltering completely upside down as experts across the field are working to create a better vision for cats, dogs, and other companion animals. This vision is coming together in the HAAS model, or the Human Animal Support Services model, which is transforming the way shelters care for animals and their people. And this is a very solution-based model with 2 primary goals: to reduce intake and move pets quickly through the shelter system, and to reallocate resources to serve more animals and people outside of the shelter walls. And I'm really proud that Santa Barbara County Animal Services is a Tier 2 pilot shelter in the HAAS program. And this means that we're exploring community-based approaches while still focused on our county's mandate. It means that we're trying to get in front of the reasons why animals enter the shelters and ensure that people in our community have the support and resources they need to keep their pets, as well as finding alternatives to impound. Similar to healthcare, think prevention versus treatment. The primary prevention here is to keep animals and their people together and out of the shelter. In addition to embracing the HAAS model of community-based sheltering, the new vision for animal services is based on a strong countywide infrastructure for providing services. The model of the 3 independent shelters is really no longer optimal, nor is it in alignment with best industry practices and innovations. But by utilizing a countywide infrastructure, operational barriers can be eliminated, more functional economies of scale can be realized, and we can just simply provide better service to the community and our animals. I could talk a lot more in detail about what this model looks like at a functional level, but I know tonight's time is a little bit short. But I think that the message here is that just because it's different doesn't mean it's less. And all of our services are still available. And it's just important not to confuse them with a brick and mortar shelter. In fact, many of our services are available outside of the shelter walls, directly into the communities that need them the most. For example, pet food distribution, special adoption events, vaccine and licensing clinics, mobile veterinary care and spay-neuter, and microchipping. And that's just to name a few. But by bringing services into the communities that need them the most, it increases equity and access for historically underserved populations in our county. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica Ortega-Wiebe, who runs our Responsible Pet Ownership Program and our licensing program. And she's going to talk about our new smart dog license tags, which we're really excited about.
Thank you, Angela. So we're super excited about our pet license tags because we just got a super big upgrade. And with that upgrade and your regular license fee comes with a free online pet profile, optional premium services, and an extended lost pet recovery program. You can see there at the bottom, that's what our new tags look like. It says, our logo there. Next slide, please. So why choose Pet Hub? Well, they're attractive and they have a contemporary design, unlike our old metal ones. They have proven results and they get lost pets home fast or really fast. So for pets that are recovered through Pet Hub ID tags, 96% are home in less than 24 hours and less than 2% ever enter a shelter. Next slide, please. This is a quick little diagram about how our Pet Hub license tags work. So at the top right here, it starts here in the green where the dog owner or cat owner purchases their license tag. So they get the ultimate protection with the powered tags. And it goes down to the right. And that's when you activate the tag and the basic profile is created at pethub.com. I'd like to mention here, if you don't have access to internet, as some of our community members do not, you can call the phone number and they will activate it for you. And then we move down the diagram here and our pet goes missing and gets out. And it's out and about in the neighborhood and somebody will scan the tag or call a toll-free hotline and what will pop up on your phone is a free profile. And what I'll say is, for example, it'd have my name and my phone number or whatever information I have opted to give to the public. So you can opt for more information or less. And if you don't want any information opted for people to see when it's scanned, people can call the call center, and I'll explain that on the next slide and how that works. And then it goes up to the blue section, and that's when the reunification happens, where the lost pet returns home and never enters the shelter itself. Next slide, please. So here is the tag and what it looks like. As you can see, it has a QR code. So anybody who has a smartphone can either put their camera there or download the QR reader app on their phones, and it will pop up your free little profile there. And it's linked directly to the online profile. Each tag has a unique ID and the number at the bottom there. It corresponds to the code. And for us, that is our license tag numbers. And it has the Santa Barbara County and then the license tag. And then on the left there, there's a phone number. And we've opted to keep the call center because with our Pet Hub partnership, they offer a free call center. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's bilingual. So people can either call that number directly if they don't have a smartphone, and that call center will do the reunification together. For example, if I don't have a smartphone and my dog gets out and Angela scans it and she calls the call center because my profile hasn't been activated or I haven't opted any of my information out, they will call the pet owner and say, hey, so-and-so's got your dog, and they will make the reunification happen. Again, it's in the field and it's less animals in the shelter. Next slide, which I believe is back to you, Angela. Thank you.
And then just really quickly, I wanted to present the recommended budget that we've put forth. This has not been approved yet by the Board of Supervisors, but we're hoping it will be soon. And so our recommended budget for the upcoming fiscal year is $5.68 million. You can see the breakdown on our jurisdictional contracts, which provide 37% of our total budget. And I want to call out from our budget here, this section here, which is the shared TSAC and general fund contribution. And because of some prior positions that were added, that were approved by previous boards of supervisors, in addition to some enhancements of animal services programs, these TSAC funds, just under 600,000, have been used in support of our jurisdictional contracts since about 2014. And when the county starts talking about full cost recovery, and we are actually going through a fee analysis, we've contracted with MGT Consultants to do a fee analysis across all of our consumer and contract fees. They will be looking at these shared funds because that's part of the examination of full cost recovery. And then I'm very happy to report that last week on the 18th, we took our recommendation for the coming fiscal year, 2% flat increase on our jurisdictional contracts, which the Board of Supervisors approved. That will bring the City of Solvang total to $47,200 for the next fiscal year, paid in quarterly invoices. And we're really pleased that the board went with this recommendation this year because, first it provides a little bit of continuity and stability on the heels of a very difficult year where many of our jurisdictions and communities were facing some pretty severe hardships as a result of the pandemic. It also allows us some time to fully realize our new vision for animal services. And it allows for the best practice of having an external review and recommendations on our fee structures. So in conclusion, I hope that you are excited about the new direction for animal services. It's been a long journey getting to this point, and we have a lot of work to do, but we're really excited about it. And we're committed to bringing innovation and best management to the maximum benefit of the animals and the community and the people that love them. So thank you so much for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Angela and Jessica. Appreciate that. Any questions?
Yeah, I do have a question. I do appreciate that you kept the presentation short because we're seeing so many things. But I would just like you to elaborate briefly on how you are transitioning your services from going through to the 3 physical space model to more community-based. Are you relying on, the goodwill of people or neighbors to hold dogs and misplaced pets while they're reunified? Are you collaborating with other organizations to provide services? Just give me a brief breakdown of how that's happening.
All of our services are still available, and animals will still need to enter the shelter system. So we are still impounding animals as needed. We're trying to do more work in the field. So an example around like a stray dog or an at-large dog running loose in a neighborhood. So an example of how the shift is occurring with the community-based approach is that our animal control officers in the field are doing more work to try to find that dog's owner. They're door knocking, they're seeing if people recognize the dog, they're taking photos, they're immediately posting them up on Nextdoor and social media, seeing if, scanning for a microchip in the field. Hopefully the dog will have a new Pet Hub license tag and then it'll be really easy. But anything we can do to reunite that dog with its owner in the field before it ever comes into the shelter. But should it need to come in the shelter, we're absolutely there for it. And if the dog, after its stray hold is over, if it's still with us, then we might look towards some fostering so the dog doesn't spend its time while it's waiting for a new adoptive home in a cage or a kennel, but it's actually in a foster home. So that's one example of how we're talking about community-based. It's really about getting in front of the reasons why animals enter shelters altogether. And then absolutely partnership. We did just recently an example of a partnership with Care for Paws in Guadalupe, and I believe that we serviced 361 animals in a single day at a community clinic. So that's licensing a microchip, some spay-neuter surgery, a lot of vaccines. And that's way more capacity than what we could do in a single day in a shelter-based model. So it's partnering for impact, but we could not do it alone without our partnerships.
All right, thank you.
I did have a question. What are some of the services out there that you are offering for any of the public? Is it going to be off-leash type of things, dogs just running around? Any
Oh, no.
issues with the public and dogs that are habitually off-leash with their owners or vice versa? I've had a number of folks ask if they should be calling the sheriff's department or if they should still be calling animal control. So I just wanted to clarify that for everyone.
Sure. It's still us. We are still performing all of our animal control functions, including addressing, at-large dogs, investigations, enforcement. This is my cat Alfalfa, who's determined to be a part of this meeting tonight. So sorry for that. I think it's his dinner time. But yes, there's no service reduction at all. Just because it might look a little bit different doesn't mean we're still not going to do the service. And that's really important for community members to recognize. And I think one of the challenges right now that we've been talking about is doing more of a communication strategy. We're coming off the heels of the pandemic, and our operations were significantly impacted during the pandemic. But that doesn't mean that's our new vision. We were closed down. We weren't having the public come in for appointments in the shelter in the same way. And we are moving back to opening up like many other businesses in the community. And so we really need to communicate with the public. All of our services are there. This is how you access them. And we're really there for you.
Great, thank you. And just lastly, is our area being serviced by still just one patrol animal control officer? At this time?
We have officers that are really rotating through the county as needed. So we have officers that are still stationed in Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, and Lompoc. Even though we've closed the Lompoc shelter at the moment, we still have field operations out of Lompoc. So it's really on an as-need basis. Where's the closest officer, and how can we get them, to that situation the fastest, depending on what else is going on.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much for your presentation, Angela. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to item 1. Would you please read the statement about public participation into the record?
Item 1 is public communications, written or verbal. The council welcomes your input. At this time, you may address the council on items not on the agenda and consent agenda. Time limit is 3 minutes. State law does not allow council to discuss or take action on issues not on the agenda, except that members of the council or staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by the persons exercising their public testimony rights.
All right, thank you. And I have right now one speaker slip. Jeanette Swanson.
Hello, City Council and Mayor Urick. Thank you for having me tonight and allowing me to present our event to you. I'm Jeanette Swanson, and I created the Pageant Productions. Pageant Productions directed and produced the Solvang Nativity Pageant for the past 15 years here in town, and 2021 will be its 38th year. But back to why I'm here is we recognize that people want to get back to being outside, enjoy Solvang, and have some fun. We wanted to put on additional events throughout the year that would benefit the people of Solvang and the tourists also, because we have those. So we started the Soul Spirit Fair, it's festival, and we're seeking to bring this event to Solvang Park monthly. We would like to begin July 3rd or the 4th, and we would have a band performing in the gazebo with Jeremy Cable from Isley Productions handling our production needs. Our music style ranges from soft jazz, upbeat music, and American standards. These professional musicians are all local to Central Coast. So we would like to start around 1 p.m. on Saturday or Sunday and go till about 4 o'clock. So due to the shutdown, we also have counselors, ministers available for people if they need help, someone to talk to, or just comfort. So we welcome your assistance in getting the permits for this, the permitted process, and want to come alongside what the city is doing for Solvang right now. So we want to do exactly what you want to benefit the city right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. Are there any questions this time?
You went through a couple things pretty quickly. 1 to 4 p.m. on a Saturday or a Sunday, or both days?
One day,
One day, once a month,
yes,
at the park,
yes,
band in the gazebo?
yes.
How does that conflict with the Chamber of Commerce's music in the park on Wednesdays?
We were thinking of Saturday or Sunday. You said Wednesday, are they Wednesday?
So it's not really a conflict as much as it is just another music event.
Correct.
Interesting. Thank you.
I think she would like to probably have just some direction on where she would go to apply. Would that be Scott or with our recreation department?
Well, we'll run it through Scott because under that contract, he has the responsibility of advising us on what events make sense at what point, since there could be overlapping events, obviously, and that's part of their analysis and recommendation. But we have already sent you, just as a starting point, the city's application for events. So that came from Parks and Recreation.
Okay, great. You
Should
sent
be-
it.
Should be in your inbox.
Woo!
There you go. Just in time. That's all I have for speaker slips. Are there any speakers that would like to address any items that are not on the agenda that are in this room right now? I think Mr. Bob, I think that would be you.
Know if I had been put on your agenda or not.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Bob Stokes. I am the president of the Wheels and Windmills Car Show organization. And I was asked to come tonight by the mayor to give you some information and an update on the float car show that we're trying to plan for this fall. I attended the city council meeting in February and asked for permission to start pre-planning our event, which we've been doing for 15 years here in Solvang. And we were given the authority to go ahead and do that, and working in context with IDK to get approval. Okay. Since that time, we've been through quite a roller coaster with COVID-19 restrictions and trying to get approvals and a green light to go. We had hoped to have our event on August 28th. That was our plan going in, and have the 16th annual Wheels and Windmills Car Show. Unfortunately, a lot of things have gotten in the way. Multiple delays and the COVID-19 restrictions prevented IDK from giving us any go-ahead to our August 28th date. We got in touch, I was in touch with Scott and talked with him in late April, and his correspondence was pretty much the same as we'd heard, and that is that until the restrictions are lifted, there's not much he could do, and we understood that. But it had gotten so late, and then he also said that if the restrictions were lifted in June, like they're being planned to be lifted, that was just the color coding restrictions, and that there was going to be a 45-day delay on the large gatherings restrictions. So when we did the math, we could see that just wasn't going to work. We couldn't have an August 28th date and then get the green light on August 1st. That just wasn't going to work for our event anyway. So what we did at that point, we decided, had our committee meeting, and we decided that we would postpone the Wheels and Windmills Car Show until 2022 and create a new event that we are going to put on on October 9th. Okay, and that event is going to be called the Solvang Fall Classic Car Show. The difference between that event and our regular event is that although most of the format and everything will be the same, we have eliminated a few things that take long-term planning so that we could put this show on, okay? To that event, I've also been told, and I got an email from Scott, that as of Saturday, all restrictions have been lifted now. So we no longer have the large gathering restriction. Kind of messed us up a bit because we probably could have done the August 28th if we'd known that. That said, we have gotten our conditional release and approval permit, and it should be in the mail, the actual permit. So we will be planning the event on October 9th. At least that's our plan going in right now, okay? The one thing that I wanted to do when I spoke with Charlie a few days ago was we had put an option into IDK for the event footprint. And that option was that we would work around the promenade area. And the maps that you have in front of you are that option that has been approved by IDK, okay? So the first map is just showing you the general footprint of the show itself, okay? The green area is what will be the car show area, okay? And of course, the promenade areas you're very familiar with, okay? If you'll notice in the promenade areas, a few feet of the beginning of those promenade areas is green. If you look at the other maps, there's two maps, they show why. What we found was that the promenade areas don't stretch all the way into First Street. So we can utilize that first few feet to add to the car show. And that's the reason basically that I'm here, is so that you can understand what we're going to do and be able to understand that as it is approved, okay? With this footprint, we expect we should be able to bring in about 250 cars. It's about 50 cars less than we normally do, but I think it'll still be a good show. And we'll do our best to make it as good a show as we've always had out here. So with that, do you have any questions?
What was the date that is scheduled for now?
Saturday, October 9th.
Bob, you have spoken with Scott, and that date is a good date now as
Yes,
far as
I spoke with
already
him
planning
today.
for it? Okay, great.
And he is sending me out the permit.
All right. Good. All
So,
right.
yeah, had said he wants to do a walkthrough in August, and we'll be doing that. I will also be in contact with him because I just found out today that they'll be putting up the barriers and a number of different things that I didn't know they were going to do. So we'll be in touch with them to find out just what it is that they will be doing in support of the event.
All right. Are there any other questions? No? Awesome. All right. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it.
All right,
Looking forward to seeing the show.
we're going to do our best.
All right. Are there any other folks that would like to speak that are in the building right now? Seeing none, are there any?
Would anybody on
Via
Zoom
Zoom.
like to speak on items not on the agenda or consent agenda? If so, please raise your hand, your virtual hand, or unmute yourself. Seeing none.
All right. We'll bring it back to the city manager's report.
Yes, thank you. So starting with the big news of the last week and this week is that we finally received the long-awaited guidance from the state that was released last Friday about the next steps and the COVID-19 guidelines beyond the blueprint for industry and business sectors. Essentially what happened is that all of the previous tier structure and restrictions are no longer valid as of June 15th, 2021. As of June 15, there's only limited limitations on what the state calls mega events. And the way that mega events are defined is that those are large crowds greater than 5,000 people indoors or 10,000 attendees for outdoors. So those would be mega events that still have some restrictions, and everything else is reopened and allowed. The county still continues to recommend things like social distancing and masking for larger events. However, that is not any longer required. I would say for the benefit of employees that the Cal OSHA has not yet modified their restrictions. So face coverings at this time are still required in the place of employment. But this is definitely a very large change and a shift. We didn't quite know what to expect. We knew that something would be changing, but this is a pretty dramatic change as of June 15. So for us in Solving, for example, we really don't have any mega events, so to speak, that attract more than 10,000 people. So as far as Solving is concerned, we are now fully open to our economy and can hold any events that we would normally hold in the city of Solving, including 4th of July fireworks and a parade. So I've reached out to both Rotaries and let them know. Obviously, it's as with any events that nobody knew quite what to plan on. So it's a last minute. We'll see what they come up with. But I think at least for fireworks, the Santa Ynez Rotary has indicated that they think that they will probably be able to put together just a simple, at least fireworks. But we'll continue to work with them on that. So speaking of reopening, we are also reopening as far as the City Hall. We are now full swing going back into operations. We did a soft reopening here at the City Hall where we just simply unlocked the door, so now the public can walk in without having to call us. We're not getting too much foot traffic, which is good, but those who do want to come and see us are welcome to come in. The annex at this point remains to be closed and by appointment only, just because it's staffed by consultants in the primary area where we have usually customers wanting to contact us, which is our planning and building. And recreation still remains at the City Hall at this time. We also have to think about the modified business regulations that were put in place under COVID-19 and what's in the future for that. Just a reminder for everybody that the Copenhagen Drive closure remains through October 31, 2021 at this point. That was by council vote. And the temporary encouragement permits and relaxed science regulations are still in place. So you will continue to see at this point until we take any different direction, those businesses still operating outside, and that is consistent still with the county's direction as well. They're still allowing outdoor dining. And we are moving forward with installing the terrace lights. You know, we need to work through some of the logistics. We did an extra steam cleaning on Copenhagen Street. Continue to maintain that, and then the flowers have been refreshed for a summer look as well. So we're preparing for a busy summer tourist season. To remind or to let everybody know that once again the pickleball courts have been completed, and we look forward to holding a formal ribbon cutting ceremony this Thursday, May 27th at 5:30 at the pickleball courts. So those who would like to join us, welcome to attend. Once again, general plan update, keeping everybody updated on this significant effort. The GPAC held its first meeting on 5/19 last week. All 15 members were present. The next steps for GPAC, the DRC, and Planning Commission and Council will be development of the vision and guiding principles. So that will go through a process of discussion or detailed, robust discussion with the GPAC. Then it will go to the DRC for the design element, and then finally to Plan Commission and Council, which is proposed to be a joint session of those two bodies. Visit plansolving.com. There is an existing conditions workbook. The GPAC is still reviewing that, but it is there and available for public to view, and there's also kind of cool interactive story maps there to where each of the elements is available there with an interactive map to where you can actually scroll in and really do some research on the existing conditions. Moving on to advanced calendar, we will have a fairly busy June. On June 14th, we'll have the next round of Years of Service Awards. We have a few employees who were not available last time, and also a couple of employees who are now reaching their milestones. So we'll come back to you with that on June 14th. We also have the direction to discuss the marketing contract extension through December 31st, the visitor center extension through September 31st. We'll need to address the marketing strategy, policy, and the scope of the RFP, thinking forward, as well as the visitor center RFP. I would also propose the building services contract. We went through an RFP about a year ago, so I would propose to just extend that contract through June of 2020 through the next fiscal year. IT contract was discussed when you reviewed the service levels during the months of May to originally be extended through September 31st and then to put that contract to an RFP. You also have the Copenhagen closure and COVID-19 emergency declaration status and policy, if you'd like to revisit that. And then we have the electric trolley regulations ordinance, which will be introduced for the first reading during that meeting. Then on June 28th, you have your budget adoption. That is the last meeting in June before the budget expiration on June 30th. With that comes the GAN limit, which is just a mandatory by state calculation. We may have ready the general fund fees for adoption at that point, which will add some additional revenue. We're in the last stages of that study. And then it may be in June or it may be a little bit later in the summer that we will talk about the wastewater treatment plant alternatives. And that concludes my report.
Are there any questions of the report this time? No? I had a couple. Just when do we envision the recreation person being able to actually be at the recreation department? That's one question. And then, now, go ahead.
Well, today in front of you, one of your agenda items is discussion of the preliminary budget for next year, which does have implication in terms of the organizational structure. So right now we have only one recreation person. Once we have a plan and a direction on where we're going, then we'll definitely be discussing both space, office space, and staffing and the timing of that.
All right. And then two, are we going to put anything on our website that says that the city is actually open? Because as of a couple hours ago, there's nothing that indicates that our office doors are open.
Right. So as I said, we took the approach of soft reopening, and it was actually before the new regulations came out on June 15th. We are still fairly minimally staffed, so we just wanted to kind of open up the doors. Those who want to come in, but not necessarily overly encourage too much traffic.
Okay. So when can the public actually expect that they would be notified that? I'm playing devil's advocate because it was one of the things that I really think is important, and for them to not even know that we're open.
I think now that we've sort of done
Yes.
it.
If you call City Hall, it does mention that the
Right.
City Hall is open.
True, but I was just thinking in the website where a lot of people are going there right now, so.
At this point that we've tested the waters and we've done this for a couple of weeks now, we can make an announcement and be more prepared.
All right, thank you.
One other question, if I may. We had there was some conversation about the logo,
Yes.
and all I ever heard was it wasn't up to current specs for what's the word you used? It sounded like it was dots per inch, basically, resolution. I think.
Resolution, yes.
Yeah. Are we talking about dots per inch type resolution, or are you trying to use a broader expression for that?
Well, the copies of the logo that we have, I'm gonna unhide this. If you can just pull it up, my slides.
And I thought that was going to be on the website for,
It is, so we just finally have finalized the survey. It will go out today or tomorrow morning. But these are, the copies that we have are just kind of copy and paste of something that existed at some point. We basically don't have an original, and it's pretty old, so I would assume that even the original was probably not very high definition.
but that
So-
means you just need to have a graphics person clean up the image.
If everybody just wants to keep one of those images, for example, we also use them inconsistently. We use both of those images. So it would be beneficial for us to settle on one logo, as we should really have one logo representing the city government.
What's the process for doing that? When's that going to happen?
So the survey will go out, and it basically looks for input such as, do you like these logos? Do you want to keep one of these logos? If so, which one? Or do you want something different? And we give, just options. So would you rather see a windmill? And there's several other options and opportunities for people to give feedback. Or do you want the
And
mermaid?
what's the timing for that, you think?
We'll keep it open for a few weeks.
But are you going to show other options, or just ask if you
Just
have
ask
options?
in terms of, this is a very preliminary, this is just to get a feel of where people are, what the preferences are, so that we don't run off and hire a graphic person and develop a few things that might not work out. But that would be the next step.
But, okay, how do people submit ideas that are not on the website for them to choose from? Can they submit a graphic image?
No, what we're asking for is more of a concept. So do you think that the mermaid should represent the city government as a logo, or do you think it's more of a windmill? And there's a couple of other options in there too. So it's conceptual at this point.
All right. Are there any other questions of the city manager report? Madam Clerk, would you please read item number 3?
Item number 3 is council comments, requests, and advance calendar. Comments and requests from city council members. No action will be taken at this meeting.
Are there any committee reports or comments?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante.
Thank you. Couple of things. The Groundwater Sustainability Agency, considering the young ladies that gave us the water conservation thing tonight, have adopted for the draft the groundwater minimum threshold levels that will indicate that we need to start something more serious in the way of drought improvement, for lack of a better word. That draft will be coming out shortly. It is will be available for public review, and I highly recommend that everybody take a look at it. There's a slightly different threshold for the Cariaga sand aquifers versus the Paso Robles aquifers. I wanted to bring up something to let everybody know. The Air Quality Control Board put out where'd it go? Here it is. An identification that they're going to have a training fire near Los Olivos on tomorrow or the next day, conditions allowing. That depends upon what the wind is going to be. They're going to have a range improvement burn at 4155 Figueroa Mountain Road in Los Olivos. The goal of this 2-day burn is to provide live fire training for the certification of instructors and to teach the firing operations class to train new firefighters and so on and so forth. So be aware that don't get too excited if you smell smoke. Okay? So I did want to let everybody know about that. We talked about GPAC and we talked about the Solvang logo. That was all I had for now. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other comments or committee reports?
I have one small comment. I was going to do a major complaint, but now it's going to be a very minor one regarding the mask. And it just doesn't make any sense to me that the 5 of us sit here, 7 of us really, having to wear these masks as you are out there, and we can leave here and go sit down and have dinner and not have to wear anything.
And we're fully vaccinated.
And we're fully vaccinated. So it's just a comment that's kind of been under my crawl, but I want to thank Dr. Del Reynoso because apparently this last week, the counties were polled by the state whether we wait till June 15th or we could have gone, I think, June 1st or whatever. And Dr. Del Reynoso voted to follow the CDC guidelines over the state guidelines. However, she and those that voted with her were outvoted, and so we're still stuck with June 15th. But had to get it off my chest, and sorry if I bored anybody.
Can I add one thing to that?
Yes, you can.
I think it's funny that there's a CDC guidelines, yet the state has everybody vote on what they want to do. That makes no sense at all. So,
It's called politics.
yes. And then I have one more comment.
Yep, go
I would just like to say, with the city being open, to Diane, to Debbie, and to David, I'm happy for you guys because you don't have to be opening the door and answering the phone. So I'm sure this is a big load off of Diane's shoulders as well, because she's the one that bore the largest brunt of it. And it's nice to come in here and open up that door and walk inside. So I'm really, really enjoying that.
Just don't forget Jason, Kristen, and Jenny.
They're the ones that, when I have called, that they've come out to open the door for me. And I know that everybody here has done it. So everybody, thank you very much.
Even our city manager.
Yes.
I just have a few comments, just real quick on, I was at a SBCAG meeting last week, so just to reiterate that last week, we're a week late on it, was the National Public Works Week. So wanted to give kudos out to Matt and all of the folks that are part of our Public Works Department, maintenance, water, anybody that's part of that. Great job keeping all of us safe, keeping everything flowing in the right direction. And so thank you so much. There is as everyone knows, last week Governor Newsom announced his May revision, which was part of the fiscal year 2021-22 budget proposal. And we all learned at that time that there is a $75.7 billion, I said billion, dollar surplus in the state of California right now. So I know that there's some projects that are near and dear to all of the local jurisdictions. Our representatives, part of Cal Cities, are working hard to make sure that all of the cities, especially our size, or 50,000 population and less, have a say in trying to gather some funds that to actually get it to trickle down to us. So we're hoping that we'll be able to see something coming through as the budget gets worked through. Also, we had a newest member appointed to the California Transportation Commission. I think maybe Matt may already know this, but Darnell Grisby was appointed by Governor Newsom in March of 2021. And again, they're hoping they were able, our coalitions were all able to have meetings with them virtually and try to keep our wants, our desires, our objectives and policies forefront with those that are making policy at the state level. A Caltrans update for our district, which is District 5, that there is going to be, for all of those that are traveling from Vandenberg through to Guadalupe on the 1, there's going to be a road improvement project starting, I think it starts this week. It's underway, and it's going to be going from Highway 1 at the Vandenberg Space Force entrance all the way to Guadalupe on the 1 and to the intersection of State Route 166. So that's Main Street there in Santa Maria. And that's expected to be completed in October of this year. One last note that probably somewhat significant, especially for us as a city, Amtrak Pacific Surfliner announced a new Amtrak Thruway bus route offering daily service between LA and Las Vegas, including options to connect with the Pacific Surfliner trains. And if you actually go now to the Amtrak Thruway website, they are now featuring City of Solvang as a destination. So that's been added. That's kind of a cool thing. And then updating on the food bank process going on at Bethania. In week 60, which was May 11, there were 333 households served, 1,296 individuals, 103 new households for that day. And week 61, May 17th, there was 327 households served, 1,226 individuals, and it dropped from 103 down to 65 new households that were served. So thank you again to Linda Marzullo and Pastor Chris, Bethania, everyone over at the food bank, all of the people that are consistently out there. We're at week 62, and you guys have never stopped helping the community. So thank you so much. And that's the last that I have for reports. Madam Clerk, would you please read item number 4?
Item number 4 is consent agenda. The consent agenda is designed for routine administrative city matters and is approved by roll call vote with one motion. These items are discussed only on request of council members. Members of the public were afforded an opportunity to speak on consent agenda items during the public communications portion of this agenda. And we have the first item on the agenda is the approval of agenda as presented. I'd like to mention under that I've been informed by Scott from IDK that he is having trouble, so he will not be, he's requested for that item to be moved to the next agenda. I also originally had thought of requesting that because it's a long agenda, moving legislative platform number 11 to the next agenda as well, just so that you have more time and fresher, not so late in the evening time to discuss that item, because all of the items prior to that pretty much have consultants or other people that are waiting to have a term to speak. Then we have the item B is approval of minutes of regular city council meeting on May 10, 2021. Item C is receive quarterly investment report for January through March 2021. Item D, South Alisol construction project award contract. Item E, contract amendment, engineering services for lots 4 and 5 AV charging station. F, approve 5-year extension memorandum of understanding between the City of Solvang and City of Beaverton for recreation activities or services. And G, second reading of ordinance setting the maximum allowable term for animal drawn conveyance license to 5 years. And just last item to mention in terms of people waiting here, we did ask for the budget item for people who are requesting their agency requests to be here. So I've seen a few of them here in the room. You may consider maybe moving up their ability to speak towards the front of the agenda.
That's item number
That would be item number 10.
How about we move it up to item number 8 and just move general plan update back? So I know there are a number of people here for item 7 as well.
Would you like to just allow the speakers or the requesters to speak, or would you like to move the entire preliminary fiscal year supplemental budget item? Because that will be a long one.
Well, we only have the legislative platform after that. I think the speakers could speak after number 7.
Okay.
That way you don't have to wait through the other.
So are we moving 9 and 11 to another meeting?
It sounds like we want to move that to the next meeting.
Okay.
Would we be okay
Both
with
9 and 11?
9 and 11?
Okay, got it.
So our last item will be a new number 9, which will be our preliminary fiscal year.
if we make it through that.
I think I can do it. We'll power through. All right. Are there any items that any council members would like to pull?
If I may, it's, E, the services for lots 4 and 5, the EV charging stations. Can I ask a couple questions about that before we approve it? Reading everything that's in here, what I don't get is it doesn't look like they're going to pave Lot 4. They're just going to put the EV stations in there, is that correct? Maybe Matt
Matt,
can
would you like
answer
to answer that?
Good evening, Mayor Yurg, council members, Matt Vanderlyn, and your Public Works Director and City Engineer. Yeah, that's a good question. So we are going to pave the parking lot, lot 5 here across the street. That is included as part of the project. So I'm sorry, I apologize if that wasn't clear. The grant funding specifically has to go for the EV charging infrastructure, but the overall project does include paving the parking lot.
The parking lot 5, currently dirt, and I noticed that the 2 types of charging stations there, one was for the San Ynez Valley Transit, fine, then there was some other ones, I think they're for the city vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
And then over in parking lot 4, you're going to put commercial.
Yeah.
So parking lot
For the
5.
public, for public use, yeah.
So parking lot 5 is not going to be available for anybody but city and transit?
Correct, that's the plan at this point, yes. So maybe one thing you're unaware of, but the city vehicles, we used to park extensively in this parking lot right here behind City Hall.
Right.
So the previous city council directed us to no longer park there and park across the street. The thought was that, you know, this lines up with First Street, and when tourists come to visit, they'd be able to use this parking lot and it'd be more convenient. And so that was the direction we received, so.
So are we moving to make this a public parking space?
It is.
Yeah,
Is?
it always has been a public parking lot. It's just that,
Because we used it for city.
it was half filled up with city vehicles over the weekend, you know, so it wasn't so much, you know, during the day, the vehicles are all out pretty much all around, and some of them are out at the wastewater treatment plant. But then in the evenings and then all weekend long, you know, the parking lot was half full with city vehicles.
And Matt, if I may, Lot 4, there were a number of Public Works vehicles over there as well, that those also were told then not to park over in Lot 4.
That is correct.
And again, park over in this lot, so that opened up probably 10 to 12 spaces over in Lot 4
We'll have all the city vehicles in lot 5
and the buses,
and the buses.
Correct, that's the plan.
because the buses
That
were
opens
also
up
over there.
Okay.
The buses were
Thank you.
also over in 4, taking up like 2 spaces for every one, yeah, so.
Confusing. Thank you, Matt, appreciate it. I have no further questions on that.
Any other
Anything else?
questions? Can I have a motion then to accept the consent agenda as, do
I'll move we accept the consent agenda.
you have a second?
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes?
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Morona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurg.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Great. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title for agenda item number 5?
Item number 5 is public hearing. It is for Solving Charlie license renewal for animal drunk conveyance. Hold public hearing to consider renewal of Solving Charlie license per the animal drunk convenience ordinance.
Okay. At this point, I will be recusing myself as I have an interest in the Solvang Trolley and Carriage Company.
Thank you. And if we can pull my slides up. So Solvang Trolley is the only business in the city of Solvang at this point, has been for a while, to need this type of license because there is a specific code section in the municipal code of the city of Solvang, section 4-1, that regulates animal drawn conveyances. There's specific language that is presented to you in the report for the specific conditions and findings that you need to make as part of this license consideration. So the city council may grant the license as applied for or in modified form on a determination that the following standards will be met. And there's standards 1 through 7. The animal drawn conveyance is safe and will not be dangerous to the passengers to be carried. The appearance of the animal drawn conveyance will conform to the theme or motive of the city. The costumes or wearing apparel of the operator and attendants for the animal drawn conveyance will conform to the theme or motive of the city. The routes and time of operation of the animal drawn conveyance will not substantially or unreasonably adversely deteriorate the quality of traffic or the congestion along its routes. The granting of the license will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the city. The proposed sanitation methods will keep the streets reasonably free from animal excrement and urine. The animals used to draw the conveyance are fit for that purpose and will be properly cared for. And just a reminder to you that you did, as part of the consent agenda, just approve the change to the ordinance, which extends the maximum amount of time for which you can approve this license from 1 year to a maximum of 5 years. So the hours of operation that are being requested are generally speaking the same as have been requested in previous licenses. The trolley operates under the regular conditions, Friday through Monday, noon to 6 p.m. during the winter, and Wednesday through Monday, noon to 6 p.m. during the summer. The trolley may hold additional hours of operation during the holidays for light and caroling tours, private evening carriage rides during Valentine's Day, etc. The company does not operate under heavy rain or when the temperature reaches 95 degrees. That's for the horses. Pick-up and drop-off locations. You don't have in your packet specific route submitted, but the proposal would be that the trolley would be using the same routes as they're using right now, and that's been modified somewhat from the time when Copenhagen Street used to be open. Because of the closure, their drop-off location has been relocated to the 2nd Street from Copenhagen. There is a total of 6 horse-drawn conveyances, 1 diesel motor trolley, which has always been part of the application process, and then there's 2 new electric trolleys. The horse-drawn conveyance route will remain the same as I just mentioned. For the 2 new electric trolleys, the applicant requests to operate the electric trolleys instead of horse-drawn conveyance when weather is too hot, to operate during extended hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and to add additional routes, including Mission Drive. Staff recommends allowing the electric trolleys operation, including extended hours, but only within the existing routes used by the horse-drawn conveyance at this point. And staff will return on June 14th, which someone mentioned during the advance calendar, with first reading of an ordinance to regulate electric low-speed trolleys. That concludes my report.
Are there any questions of the report?
Yes. So the electric trolleys, in spite of the name being a horse-drawn or animal-drawn conveyance, the electric vehicles become part of this contract.
So because the application packet included a request for a type of trolley that was not previously regulated by the city, we took a look at it, and the animal-drawn conveyance portion of the code doesn't deal with non-animal-drawn conveyances. So we were trying to come up with an approach that would allow the council to at least consider this in a situation where the horse-drawn carriages and trolleys are not able to operate, and that's why we made the recommendation that we did on those, pending coming back with a more comprehensive regulation of electric trolleys. So in this situation, if the council were to grant the license for a period of time, the electric trolley would be proposed to only operate during such times as the animal-drawn conveyances could not operate, whether it be due to rain, temperature, et cetera. And then when we come back, we'll have a more comprehensive approach requiring licensure. There are different requirements for an electric trolley than there are for animal-drawn conveyances, and those are imposed by the state. It's a vehicle code type of situation. Ordinarily, it would be regulated by the Public Utilities Commission as a passenger stage corporation. We've looked into it, and as long as it's maintained entirely within the city limits and doesn't go on Highway 246 outside the city limits or into the valley, the city does have some regulatory authority over it. So that's kind of a long-winded way of saying that we were trying to address the request by the applicant for the use of electric trolleys without opening the entire town to other electric trolleys being operated by whoever decided to come in and apply for an animal-drawn conveyance license.
Thank you. I think it's a great idea to have the electric vehicle to replace it, because the animals, when we have the high heat, it's very problematic for them. I just wanted to understand, to make sure that I understood, excuse me, that this is all under the same contract or conveyance.
And let me make it very clear, this is not a contract. And the reason I'm making that clear is because we have a council member who has an interest in this, and we have looked at ways to make sure that this is not a Government Code Section 1090 issue where a council member is interested in a contract. This is a license being issued by the city, like a business license. Big difference.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of council at this time? Seeing none, take it out to public comment. I don't have any speaker slips up here at the time, but if there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, are there any out there with Zoom or phone?
If you'd like to speak on this item on Zoom, please use your hand, the electronic hand, or unmute yourself. Seeing none.
All right, I bring it back to a closed public comment right now and bring it back for final discussion and action. Is there anyone that would entertain a motion?
I just have to say something first, though. The last time that I was sitting here, we went through this, I got to council meeting, and there was about 50 protesters outside. And this is so much nicer. And I walked outside, and I asked somebody, I said, what made you think that the entire council's against the trolley? And she said, well, it was on Facebook. I'm like, okay. What do you say to something like that? And of course, the council was fine with it.
I'll take a stab at a motion.
Sal?
Good evening, Mayor Ulrich and City Council members and city staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about this item in particular because it's our license for our business. I really want to appreciate your attention and your willingness to deal with this and study and make research in this situation. But I want to really ask you to consider in the meantime until you go and study and apply or approve some regulation about the electric trolleys. Let us start a run with the trolleys in the route that we ask. It's more wide use of the trolleys in the city, because that way that gives us better idea if we need to improve the roads, improve the service, and get better ready, because the summer is already here. It's our busy season. We have, for the last 3 years, we have really tough time for different situations that you already know. We was harassment for some people that I don't want to mention in this situation, but making it really hard to work for 2 years. When somebody complained in front of those people, the city staff immediately call us, send emails, move away from the place where you park your trolley or the shade that you pick, even if it was Sunday. And now, okay, suggest restrict the routes of the trolley and the time of the trolley. I think it's not fair when another business actually that wasn't even open yet, the city provide shade in the street and place where they will be open like 6 or 7 months later. They have already tables and everything. That's a benefit from those business. I really want be treated even fair. Please help us. we are, after this situation of the pandemic, we have like a lot of business closed for the ice cream shop for 4 months, the trolley stop operation for 10 months, and the expenses for that business is so expensive. Please, we really need your help because the summer is when we make our revenue for the rest of the year. We are ready to run those trolleys, electric ones, and the motorizer. The cost of the insurance is so expensive. It's $1,000 per unit. And I have to provide proof of that to the PUC because the tramit for that is already run. And those trolleys are sitting there for 3 months. We are losing money. We are ready to run. We understand the situation that you have to study. We want to cooperate with the city. Plus, now I hear that another car show is coming. Always that car show is on Sundays, in Saturdays. The Saturday is the day that is the best day for us. And for the last 12 years, that car show coming, close the streets, we cooperate, we lost the day, and now they're gonna have another car show, and you restrict or the way we can make some business. I don't think it's fair, because another business have better facility to move around, you know. Please help us, let us run those trolleys. That way we can figure out if we need to modify something, and we are open to listen suggestions from you.
Can I ask, what are you specifically requesting?
We can use the trolleys in the routes that we ask. We can cover Mission Drive when we can run Mission Drive to Alisal, we can cover up to 5th Street. If you register the time, because we can use it only when the horses can work, and only in the route of the horse-drawn trolley. And what is the case of those electric trolleys? Those are full license for the DMV code, and they can run on only if they are allowed, if they are in the streets that the speed limit is under 45. That means I can cover the whole town. And I have a lot of customers, seniors that require mobility, and we can provide that. That way we can help to the problem of the parking spaces because we can move more people with the trolleys and they don't have to move the cars around. And we can move people from the hotels because we are requiring use like a shuttles. We can use in the tours, the historical tours, plus we can use it like shuttles. That's it. My requirement is please help them and let me start a run this weekend. This weekend is Memorial Day. It's the weekend that is the busiest weekend in the whole year. We are ready to run. I only need approval from you. If you allow, we can start to do that.
I still don't understand.
Is it-
So you're asking to run the electric trolley simultaneously with the horse-drawn conveyance?
The same route of the horse-drawn conveyance, if it's working, giving historical tours. But the new route that I ask, that is cover all Mission Drive. And those cars are legal in this part of the city. And actually, I'm gonna make a point. The mugs have run in the street for more than 2 years, and those are illegal on the street, only for one reason. But they are licensed, they have lights, they have turn lights, but are illegal on the streets. Because don't cover one requirement. They are missing one requirement from the DMV. And not somebody noticed that, even the sheriff department.
Can we vote on the motorized trolley this evening?
The motorized trolley is only before you in connection with the animal-drawn conveyance. And because this issue came up on fairly short notice, it was part of the application for the animal-drawn conveyance license renewal. Staff did not have time to spin up an entire regulatory ordinance for a different type of vehicle. And they are different types of vehicles. We were just looking for a way to accommodate the vendor for this particular situation until we could get that ordinance together. And that ordinance will be at the next meeting. Will it go into effect in time for the entire summer? Not unless you expedite the meeting and shorten up the time frame on an ordinance. We certainly could bring it forward at a special meeting before June 14th, but June 14th is when we had anticipated bringing it forward. If there's need for an urgency ordinance, you can make those findings. I think it would be difficult to make urgency ordinances to get, make those findings to get it into effect immediately, though.
And having an urgency ordinance that affects one business in town doesn't seem like that's our responsibility or our job.
But wait a minute, I thought you said that the electric vehicles fell under this particular license.
There is a request. The council doesn't have to accept that. You have the ability to add this to the animal-drawn conveyance as an alternative for when the animals cannot be used. But to open it up to a greater opportunity to operate throughout the city, on Mission Drive, other places where the horses don't currently go, that's not something that is covered by the animal-drawn conveyance. So we were trying to at least provide responsiveness to the application within the framework of what we do have, while at the same time putting together a framework that would more directly address the electric trolley issue.
This is two separate things we're dealing with.
They're two separate things, but we tried to be responsive to the applicant in those situations where the horses could not be used.
Okay. Well, what's on the agenda tonight? What should we be discussing?
The animal-drawn conveyance license with a request to operate the electric trolley during certain hours that the horses are not being operated.
When it's 95 degrees and above.
Correct. That's part of what staff is recommending. The applicant has asked for more than that, has asked to work from, I believe, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., which are outside the hours of what the horses currently do, and to also go on streets where the horses currently do not go. Staff is not recommending that you do that pending a more comprehensive ordinance.
That's a totally separate thing. Okay.
Thank you, Sal. Do we have a motion to accept anything?
Yeah, if I can do it right,
Recommendation?
I'd move that we approve the application for the horse-drawn trolleys for a period of 5 years based on the standards listed on page 70 of the agenda. And I believe that that would include that under certain specified temperatures, that they could be replaced with a motorized trolley. Would that be correct?
So, yes, generally what I would suggest is that you approve it. The 5-year does not go into effect until the ordinance becomes effective, which is 30 days from now. But what I would suggest is that you say, we will grant it for a period of the maximum that the ordinance allows, and after 30 days or after that ordinance goes into effect, that the license would be extended to the full 5 years at that point. We don't have the authority right now, in the absence of that ordinance, to grant it for 5 years. But once that ordinance goes into effect, you could extend it to that point by just making a motion to say that that would be the
So
case.
moved.
Dave, I just want to clarify something too, because I know that there used to be, because I had come up with a route when I was a community resource deputy that they are currently utilizing right now. So with this motion that Councilmember Thomas has proposed, it's only going to allow him to still do the route that basically he's just replacing the electric for the horse conveyance and not what is proposed on page 84.
Yeah, that's staff's recommendation, because I think we can justifiably say that's within our existing regulations on animal-drawn conveyances. Put another way, if they were proposing to operate oxen instead of horses because oxen have a greater tolerance to heat, we could go ahead and say, yes, that's within our ordinance, that's an alternative. I look at this as kind of an oxen with a motor, if you will. It allows them to continue operating when the horses can't operate without expanding the entire program to consume the exception that we do have for animal-drawn conveyances. In other words, we're not allowing electric trolleys to come in as an animal-drawn conveyance. We're just using it as an alternative during the times when the animals cannot be operated safely.
So when the restrictions in Copenhagen closed, he's not allowed to go on Copenhagen, which was actually a whole part of that entire thing. So I still haven't seen, unless I'm mistaken, but what is the actual route that they're supposed to be on right now? Because it isn't, no, this is what he's proposing.
It wasn't part of the agenda. There is a route that was approved when Copenhagen closure
It was.
happened. That is similar to the prior route. It just was amended somewhat because of the drop-off pickup location was moved.
So this route on the bottom of page 84 is the current route? Because it says
No.
proposed.
No, this is the route that the applicant is requesting for operation of the electric trolleys, which would then expand onto Mission and all of that. That's beyond the current operation.
'Cause I
That's
know
page
that-
84.
I know that there was in place 2 different routes, and one was a weekday route and one was a weekend route, if I'm not mistaken. And one of them allowed the horse trolley to go onto Mission Drive between First and Alisal. Because I had that in my files from 2004 or 2005, and I haven't seen anything or replace that I'm aware of. And I was the one that was partly in charge at the time of working with Sal and through the sheriff's department.
I would maybe suggest asking Sal for the details of the route that he currently operates and just making
Just to get
that
a
clear.
clarification, if you guys are okay with that. I'd like to know what it is that we have in place. Sal, thank you.
No problem. Okay, yeah, originally, we're gonna back in the history a little bit, that way you can have an idea. Okay, the trolley have worked in the town more than 50 years. Originally, the station was next to Rasmussen and Alisal, and then run all Copenhagen down to 5th Street, turn on 5th Street, take Mission Drive, the whole Mission Drive, visit the Lutheran home, come back, and then take Mission Drive again, turn on Alisal, and finish in the station next to Rasmussen. Later in the time, for Caltrans restriction, because there was horses,
Right.
they cut part of the Mission Drive, and then the trolley have to run for Copenhagen to make a tour in visit the Lutheran church from
Atterdag.
yeah.
Atterdag, yeah.
They come back, take Copenhagen again, turn on first, and use one block of Mission. That is, you remember, Charlie. And then go to Alisal and turn and finish in Copenhagen. Later in the years, the city provide permanent place to park the trolley next to the visitor center. It was permanent. And cut for suggestion of Caltrans the block of Mission, and then the trolley lost all Mission, and it's a really nice part of the city that show the tourists. Okay, we have to modify the route and then run Copenhagen to Fort, make a U-turn, come back from Alisal and use all Copenhagen to Alisal, turn to Alisal and make a U-turn in Oak and come back to Alisal. When the other company that was the former company was Solvang Carriers or something, come to the town and started work, we modified the road again and started use 2nd Street, Oak, and First, and turn on Alisal. It's similar like that we are using now. And with the closure of Copenhagen, we lost the main part of the town to show to the tourists, and we have to figure out how we can do it, and lost the station that we have, and then we pick the station on 2nd and Copenhagen. That is what we're using now. Unfortunately, that provides some shade part of the day. And then we use the block on Copenhagen between Second and Alisal, and we run to 4th Street, make a U-turn in 4th Street, come back on Copenhagen to Second, and then now we go all Second Street down to the Elberhoy, visit the Elberhoy, that gives the chance to the city, so that museum and promote, and then come back for Second to Oak. We run Oak to First, and we travel through Oak and First to the alley next to the Tower Clock. And now we have to travel from the alley, and sometimes it's really hard travel the trolley in that part because a lot of people park there. They don't respect the signs that we have signs that say no parking. They don't care. Sometimes hire 18-wheelers, and it's difficult. You know, we have to stop and wait somebody move the cars, and then go to Alisal, turn on Alisal, and travel to that from the name of the restaurant, the Vidut Dermac, to Oak. And then in Oak, we turn to Oak, travel to Oak to Second, and we finish in the corner of Second.
So what you're showing here is very similar to where you're going, but not onto Alisal, up above Mission, not any Atterdag above Mission, and none of the Mission.
Well, we are showing, we propose to, for the electric ones, we propose.
Right, but unfortunately, we're not going to be able to discuss that right now. That's going to be a second issue.
All right.
So right now, this is only an ordinance to replace on days that the
Yeah.
horse-drawn is not able to do it. That's what's on the table right now for discussion. We'll
All
have
right.
to bring that back at another time, so.
Okay, and then the only that I can do is to make a little more nice. The tourists use the Elberhoy to Alisal and add that part of the route because the trolleys, the electric ones move a little more easy than the horse round, you know.
All right, thank you, Sal.
All right.
Appreciate it. So we have a motion.
I'll
We
second
have a
it.
second? Maybe we have a roll call.
Okay, and I just want to clarify, the motion is to extend the license to the full maximum, up to 5 years, once the ordinance passes, that the electric trolleys be permitted to be used as substitutes for the animal-drawn conveyances during those times when the animals can't be used, and that the routing will be the same as those used for the animal-drawn conveyances.
Yes.
Okay, correct.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurig.
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
All right. I would like to take a 5-minute break before we get rolling. So
Thank
if
you.
we can, maybe 7 minutes, we'll come back at 8:15. We're adjourned at 8:08. We ready? All right, we'll bring it back. Council session at 8:17. Sorry, I'm late. And we're moving on to regular business item number 6. Madam Clerk, would you please read the item title?
Item title is Water and Wastewater Award Contract. The recommendation is to approve contract with HDR Engineering in amount not to exceed $111,175 to perform a comprehensive water wastewater study and to approve a budget amendment in the amount of $11,175. I'll just walk through this recommendation. The reason for the budget amendment is because there is already an existing budget within the current fiscal year, 2021, set aside for this project in the amount of $100,000. So we are only asking for an additional $11,175, split equally between the water and wastewater funds. The Solon water rates were last amended in 2016. No rate increases have been applied for over 5 years. If you look at the city's website and the fee schedule, this slide here shows the current rates for water, and this slide here shows the current rates for, this is, the current rates for water are represented in this slide, basically. And there is the meter charges as well as the per 100 cubic feet charges, volumetric charges. What we have found and what's included in your packet is this comparison of residential water charges that was done in February of 2021. And on this chart, you will see a comparison that's calculated for a single-family residential rate for 5 by 8, 3/4 inch meter on a 1/4 acre parcel for comparison of these different jurisdictions. And this just gives you an overview of where Solvang now falls in terms of its water rates compared to all the other jurisdictions in Santa Barbara County. So you will see that for the city of Solvang, the rates are $109.93 for the 10 HCF, whereas in some other jurisdictions such as Santa Barbara and Montecito, those rates or Casmalia as well, Carpinteria, those rates are significantly higher. Now, there's some others that are significantly lower, such as Vanderbrink Village and Buellton, namely, but Solvang is definitely not significantly higher than average water rates in the county of Santa Barbara. So that is something that I think was once upon a time, Solvang was higher than others, but has definitely come down in terms of its relative cost of what we charge to our consumers for water consumption. Similar story with the wastewater rates. This shows the current rates, which are rather low. So for both single family and multifamily, the current charge is $34.65. It's a flat rate. Last study was performed in 2011, and only CPI increases were applied. And once again, no increases have been made to the wastewater or sewer rates over the past 5 years. Now, I think it's very important to note, and as we go through this process of actually kicking off the study, is that water and sewer rates are not the same and one. It's not all one water. The water system has its own infrastructure, has its own rates that we pass on to the consumers versus the sewer. And as I mentioned, even though our water rates at this point are not one of the highest in the county, our wastewater rates are really, truly low. So as part of comparison, if you look at our neighbor, the Santa Ynez Community Services District, you will see that their current rate is more than double what the Solvang's rate is at $76.67. And they have already looked at and I believe approved this increases over the next 5 years to where by the year of 25-26, their suggested rate for single family and multifamily goes all the way to $90.56. So we had issued an RFP back in January. So this was definitely a selection through a competitive process. We received 7 applications to start with and selected 3 firms to interview over Zoom. Otherwise, it would have been in person. But I just want to be really transparent with this one because the costs were really different and varying. The one firm that we have selected unanimously as staff and we feel is the most qualified and what we need for this effort, since water and wastewater study hasn't been done in such a long time, and it's also such a very important subject matter for this community. We'll also they will discuss, and I have discussed with you before, that both water and wastewater funds have structural imbalance right now. Our ongoing revenues do not meet our ongoing expenditures. And wastewater fund, unfortunately, as proposed in the budget, is actually going into the negative fund balance as early as next year. So this is a big, important effort. We want to make sure that we select the most qualified firm. And we do recommend that the HDR Engineering be awarded this contract. We have a representative, the project manager from HDR Engineering, that can talk a little bit more about their firm. Their project team was very distinct from the other 2 cheaper proposals. The other 2 cheaper proposals also had a lot less project hours allocated, as you will see. And HDR Engineering team really consists of subject matter experts within all of the areas that are required for this type of comprehensive study. So that is our recommendation today. And I would just invite you, here's the breakdown before I pass it on to any questions. And as I said, we have a representative on Zoom to answer any questions. But this is the breakdown of the project as is proposed in front of you. That concludes my report.
Are there any questions of the staff report at this time?
Just one. You gave us the water rates, but didn't include the fact that every one of us that has a house here pays for a meter at a whole lot more than we pay for the water. Is that part of this rate consideration?
Yes. So the study is proposed to be very comprehensive. It does include a look forward into the CIP and assumptions for the needs of the future 10 years of our CIP, as well as existing infrastructure. It includes the consultant working with us to develop the best structure for both water and wastewater that would meet the city's needs. And it also includes a comprehensive memorandum for funding strategies for the stormwater program, which is currently an unfunded state mandate.
Thank you.
I have a question. May I?
Go ahead.
In 2011, the city removed the demand units for water rates. Is that possibly going to get revisited? And the residents are pretty much subsidizing the businesses in this town, correct? No?
Matt, would you like to comment?
All right. No, come on, that's fine.
Okay, so, yeah, it's a really good question. Actually, it's Prop 218 prohibits one customer class from subsidizing another.
Okay.
So when I was hired here and started in December of 2010, the city had already was several months into their water and sewer rate study, and at that time, it was the commercial customers were heavily subsidizing the residential customers. And so through that rate study and the new rates that were implemented, that subsidization of the residential customers by the commercial customers was eliminated. So now the rates, no customer class is subsidizing any other customer class. So we eliminated that situation. But in fact, it was the commercial, was the businesses subsidizing the residents at that point.
Were you here at that time, Matt? I'm sorry. You were here in 2011. You've been here 15 years?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why were the demand units removed?
The demand units, I'm not sure what specifically you're,
You pay for how much you use.
so previously and now, there's two components to your water bill. There's the meter charge and then what the usage or commodity charge, based on how many units you use. So those are still both there, so I'm not sure I
Okay.
follow you.
I'm just,
Well,
questions that were brought up.
I think before, there wasn't the meter charge. It was just the usage fee and not specifically a meter charge.
No, there was both. The meter charge did get bumped up quite a bit, but there was always, well, I shouldn't say always, but in 2010, a meter charge existed at that time. But it did get increased
But it
quite a bit.
was
And we
not as
also
significant as it was, as it seems now.
Correct. And then we also implemented the two-tier system. And I will just mention, as we're gonna go through this and have a lot of other meetings and stuff. And I know it's not really what you want to hear, but just so, just so you're aware, and we'll have a lot of, again, meetings and public meetings and time for comment and consideration of all this. But had we not had the high meter charges, the water fund probably would have gone bankrupt during the drought, because all your costs are fixed. In fact, your costs go up when you are in a drought because you have to purchase supplemental water, and water usage goes down. In fact, we were required, we could not provide, had we not implemented the stage 2 drought restrictions and had mandatory conservation with penalties, we would not have been able to provide the water for the residents. There was no water. We were purchasing as much as we could get, and so it's it's kind of a difficult predicament, But so had we not had those high meter charges to maintain the revenue, the water fund would have gone bankrupt, literally, and we would not have had the money to pay cash and build and construct 2 new wells. So, just something to consider.
Thank you for bringing that to everyone's attention, Matt. Are there any other questions of the staff report? No? We have any public comments out there? I don't happen to have any speaker slips at this time. Is there anyone in the house that would like to have a comment? Seeing none, bringing it back. Is there anyone that's on Zoom or on the phone that would like to have any comments? And if so, if you raise your hands.
Seeing none?
Seeing none, we'll bring it back for final comments from the council. Otherwise, if we don't have any discussion, we can make a motion. Is there a motion on the table? Go ahead, Mr. Councilmember Infante. I know you want to.
I have no discussion. I was going to make a motion. I'll move that we accept the staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Urick?
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, would you please read title for item number 7?
Item number 7 is the 1783 Mission Drive, discussion of developer proposed alternative hotel project located at the old lumber yard property. So this item, if we could have my slides up. The city is currently processing a housing project application under SB 330 state law that is on this property. That application was formally submitted, and we are proceeding with it as required by law. Now, I think there's quite a bit of confusion with this item as to what has actually been submitted and what's actually in front of council. So the applicant, after having submitted the housing project, had some months ago, which was originally presented to council in February, had submitted a term sheet. And a term sheet was kind of thought as a broad beginning of a conversation for what would eventually become a development agreement. When that item was presented to council in February and the term sheet was actually included with the application, I think there was some confusion among the public, thinking that the term sheet was the terms that were specific that we were discussing or agreeing to, which that was just a one-way road. The city had definitely not worked through the term sheet terms with the applicant. At that point, the applicant had withdrawn the request, but then has recently resubmitted the request. So the way we've structured the discussion today is really to discuss the kind of big picture policy direction. You have some public policy interests here for the city that we want to hear as staff from you, whether or not you are interested in going in that direction, in which case, depending on what direction you give us today, we'll then proceed to either continue to discuss this potential hotel development with the applicant or otherwise. One of the issues that you should remember is that this property is currently zoned DR20, which is the high-density residential, and a hotel development would require rezoning. So with that, so that you also think about the process, we are in a process of a general plan update. So some of this is a little bit of a chicken or the egg, which goes first. There is some benefit for the city and potentially the applicant to save some money by processing it together with the general plan update. Obviously, there is some timing issue, and that would be up to discussion, negotiation with the applicant, shall we continue on this path. This slide here is summarizing some of the questions that we have put forth in front of you that are included in your staff report, and that is really in the interest of the city, is it in the city's benefit to pursue a hotel development for revenue generation versus a high-density development responding to housing needs? The other question would be, and the applicant has included their rough estimate of the transient occupancy tax that they are thinking they could get from a development like this. But if the city does desire to pursue a hotel development, is it in the city's desire to pursue a high-end hotel and consider the TOT abatement as is suggested by the applicant? Or is the city open to any type of hotel development? And so these projections were put together solely by the applicant, and what they're thinking is that if they had what they call or think would be a flagship type of hotel, that they could get approximately $400 average room rate, at which point you see highlighted there is where the $5 million abatement would be achieved in year 13. And the cumulative TOT paid to the city under this scenario would be at just about $16.5 million. And if they've done the same analysis for what they think would be less than a flagship hotel of $200 a day, or average room rate, in which case in year 13, the TOT paid to the city would be $10 million. Obviously, it's speculative whether or not those would be the average rates achieved by these hotels. We had, about a year ago, done some really rough market analysis on hotels. This was done by economic development consultant, Cosmont Companies. At that time, they ran some numbers here that you see on top, assuming a 2% growth scenario for demand on for hotel rooms, and then a 3% scenario. And so you see that back then their estimate was that by about 2024, with a 2% scenario, there would be room to be support for about another 56 rooms in the inventory, and if we were expecting a 3% growth, there would be room for another 96 rooms. Now, our current occupancy rate, or current pre-COVID, I used the year 18-19, was 70.92%, and the average daily rate for the city of Solvang in 1819 was only $176 a night. Our existing hotel inventory is 847 rooms. That concludes my report, and the applicant is here to answer any questions or make a presentation if you would like.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Uhrig, council members. I'm Jarrett Gorin, and I work with Ed St. George, and we've been looking at all these different options for this site. Some of you were here to see previous ones. Others of you are fortunate to have missed one of those meetings, which was a really contentious meeting with a larger idea we had. So we're looking at this hotel proposal here, and again, here we're seeking some high-level direction which ways to go with this. We would really like to do the higher end hotel. Ed, I asked Ed about this, and he's like, 4-star and a 2-star is the difference between like 4 seasons and like a Days Inn. And I think this Cosmont information was interesting. That's the first time I've actually seen that information. But I think the inventory that you have in Solvang right now, there isn't anything quite like the 4-star idea that we would have that would go on this site. I think it's in a different category, and the 4-star concept has things like a wellness center and a really high-end restaurant that's part of it. And it just has amenities that a lot of the smaller hotels in Solvang don't have right now. And it's the aggregate of those amenities that help draw people out and that get those kind of room rates. So I put together these two analyses. They are speculative, and we just basically said, a 4-star is a 400 a night average room rate. A 2-star is about 200 a night. That's pretty close to what Cosmont had there. And I think a lot of those hotel rooms that are here are more in that level than they are at the 4-star level. So I think the 2-star is certainly 200 a night's a reasonable rate to consider. Doing the 4-star hotel, the reason we would ask for some transient occupancy tax abatement on that is the initial investment that's required to do that type of a project is substantially higher than a 2-star hotel. It's not like it linearly increases, like you want to get twice the rate, so you just start spending twice the amount to get it. You have to spend a lot more than twice the amount to get twice the room rate. So there's 11 or $12 million up front that we would have to put into a 4-star hotel project. And the TOT abatement helps to offset that a little bit. Also, a 4-star hotel doesn't tend to make money itself. It's going to generate taxes, but the project itself isn't going to really start to make money for about 4 years, whereas a 2-star hotel makes money the day it starts operating, pretty much, and it's just a function of the initial investment that's required to get these things up and running. So the transient occupancy tax is sort of, you should think of it as it's an investment by the city for a fixed period of time to get a much larger return in terms of the transient occupancy tax that you'd eventually be getting. And then just as a pure function of the rates, even in the first year of the 4-star hotel, you'd be coming out roughly 50% ahead of where you'd come out with a 2-star hotel with no occupancy tax abatement. So you're getting about $400,000 a year more in year one, even with 25% TOT abatement versus if there was no TOT abatement but lower room rates. And then as you carry that out into the future, you can see where it leads to, at the end of, I just ran a 25-year period, you end up with almost double at the end of the 25 years that you would have from doing no abatement, but on a 2-star hotel. And I highlighted year 13 because that's when the concept that we're proposing is either it's 25% for 15 years or $5 million in total whenever that happens. So just the way this could change things is, if we were getting $450 a night, the abatement's going to stop a lot sooner than in year 13. Okay, but if we never made $400 a night, if we only made $350 a night, then this would extend out to the point where we either hit a maximum cap of the 5 million or the 15 years. So if we were getting 350 or so, this might actually end at 15 years rather than 5 million, because that may be how long it would take. So that's how these work out. I mean, basically substantially higher rates, and the abatement helps us be able to do the project and get those kind of rates. And I think the biggest thing here to think about is the 4-star gives you something different than you already have here. There are a lot of a certain category of rooms here in town, and some of them are really nice too. I mean, like the Lansby's great. I stayed there when I got evacuated from the Thomas fire. And there's a lot of other rooms that cover different affordability levels, but there really isn't something that's quite like the 4-star hotel that we're proposing to put here. So that's going to diversify your hotel stock, and it's also going to be more of a destination that people will make it a point to come to. It's this type of a hotel can host conventions and seminars at it, and people will from Los Angeles will have their company thing up here at a hotel like this, because it's got facilities that can handle that, and it's a destination for them. And then, you know, they may come to Solvang for the first time and want to come back here because they've seen it and otherwise may have never come here. So that's why we like this type of a project better. And it's really your call on how you feel about the occupancy tax abatement. And then the other issue that we didn't talk about a whole lot before, and your city attorney can fill you in on this too, is we're zoned for residential on this site. It's going to be rezoned to a tourist commercial, and the city is going to have to figure out where to provide those units again with zoning. You don't have to physically provide the units, but if we're going to reduce a residential density on one site, we have to identify a site or combination of sites or an overlay area or something that has the zoning ability for those units to be provided. They don't actually have to be constructed by us, but the opportunity for them to be constructed has to exist within the framework of your general plan. And then, you know, we look forward to talking with staff about whether it is best to just process this concurrently with your general plan update or separately and ahead, or I don't know how far apart these things actually are. There's a lot of benefits to combining them in terms of processing. But I think before we make that call, we've really got to get into that detail with staff. So I guess we really want to hear from you. How do you feel about the 4-star with tax abatement versus just doing a 2-star? And does this council support the idea of providing zoning in other areas to make up for this density that would come off of this site in terms of housing? So if you have any questions, I can answer them.
Are there any questions?
Yeah. Okay, just curious. Do you have similar developments that you've worked on elsewhere before that, might have worked similarly, might have fallen under a similar proposal?
Mayor Uhrig, Mayor Pro Tem Orona, no, we haven't done a hotel of this scale with a development agreement where we proposed any sort of tax abatement.
Any other questions?
A couple comments, if I may. First, I have to, for transparency, announce that Mr. St. George and Jim and I met over a cup of coffee and took a look at some of his hotel plans, and I got a little bit of an idea of what he's looking for in his hotel, and Jim did as well. So I need everybody to understand that. The part of there's so many parts of this that are awkward to deal with. I will tell you that first off, that the majority of the people in the city that I have talked to would prefer a hotel to the apartments. Okay, so that said. The problem that immediately comes is finding enough place to put zoning that would compensate for the loss of a DR20 for 1.7 acres. And we have to come up with 191 units because of RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment. And so what you're wanting to do is pull away approximately 40, and I've got no place to put 191. So I don't know how we do that. I think we have an issue with the zoning before we can ever discuss anything else. That's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
So is that a question?
No, it's just comment, sorry.
He's talking out loud.
I mean, I think
right now.
staff is probably best equipped to answer that, and then I can answer that too if anybody wants my answer.
I had a question related to that, though. Have we determined what we're actually replacing? Because I know the project was more than 40 units. So are we only having to do, because of SB 330, there was all these other exemptions and other additions that were able to be on there. So is that what we're having to replace? Or
No,
is it just
it's your
what the original
baseline. It's your baseline. Because of SB 330 and all the other housing bills that came through, a developer has the ability to come in and ask for additional residential density if they agree to commit certain units to certain income levels. The baseline number of units is what we're looking to replace here, because the developer is proposing something else. And under the under Government Code Section 65863, we have to look and see, okay, if this is going to be changed, will that result in a net loss of housing opportunities within the city? And unless they're replaced, the answer to that would be yes. So we can't do that. So we have to identify the baseline number. And I think the calculation was somewhere around 43, 44 residential units could be built on that, a DR20. And it's about 1.7. There's a little bit of rounding numbers on there, but the direction that the state has given all cities, including charter cities, is find housing. And if the project is taking away housing, then it becomes a challenge for staff to look at that map there on the wall, the zoning map, to figure out where additional residential opportunities can be made. There are some, we've identified, there's some opportunity in the TRC for housing as a secondary use above the street level, but can we identify 43 units just on that alone? That's something I can't answer. That's something planning staff has to sharpen a pencil on.
Those are already allowed.
They are allowed, but expanding the density of them.
I see what you're saying, okay.
Building up, not out. Never mind, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
So the question then for the attorney, we have to first determine the baseline of what we can achieve the way things are today, with all the zoning that exists, leaving this property alone as a DR20, coming up with a baseline to see if it's even possible for us, without violating any state regulations, to change the zoning.
But let me ask, how do ADUs?
Basically, yes.
How do ADUs play into this when we're talking about more units?
So ADUs, if you give me 5 more minutes, the law's going to change on that too. It is an incredibly quickly moving target for us. The state was initially very reluctant to allow the counting of ADUs towards the RHNA numbers. There has been a softening of that. Without diving into it directly and seeing what impact that would be on a rezone, I don't know the answer to that question right now. But I know that they are looking at ADUs as an opportunity to increase affordable housing stock within the state. Housing and Community Development has beefed up their enforcement staff. They are looking very closely at cities' accessory dwelling unit ordinances. They put into the most recent couple of drafts of the ADU law that all cities that have an ordinance that's in conflict with the state law are null and void. So you have to go with the state's rules on that. So like I said, it's a shifting target at the moment. And this is something that we would obviously be looking at to see if this would be an opportunity.
Oh, that's because that's huge.
It could be. It could be.
Right.
But how do you tell how many ADUs could come up?
How do you figure out anything that comes out of Sacramento?
No, you open up the opportunity is what you do.
Right.
The city's not responsible for building those units. It's removing impediments to allow the private market to build those units. So if I have to come up with a plan to find 43,
Forcing homeowners to build ADUs.
well,
We're not having to force, we're just
yeah,
presenting
you're removing the
opportunities.
impediments, and balanced with
Right.
that
Trying
is,
to get your
okay,
target numbers, what I'm saying.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, do you
Exactly.
want your residential neighborhoods to start looking like having duplexes on every potential parcel?
Do we want street vendors in every corner? We're
Well,
always dictated to by either the county or the state.
Yeah.
We don't, it's just, every year we lose more control of local government because of this stupid state.
And that is one of the primary things that the League of California Cities, or Cal Cities, tries to inculcate among the cities is local control. But on housing, I can tell you right now, cities are on the defensive in that regard because Sacramento is dictating a lot of what goes on. So when we get a proposal like this, it presents a challenge. I wouldn't say it presents an impossibility. It's just, this is one of the things that I identified in looking at the original proposal. There are certainly other challenges, not the least of which are the TOT abatement request. You know, if we get that far down the road, I expect the request is going to be modified because if the city grants that, it makes the project subject to prevailing wage, which increases the cost of the project by 30%, which then increases the request for TOT abatement by that corresponding amount. So it's complicated, but the initial hurdle is going to be the housing issue. We have to solve that. And the question, obviously, is to council, do you want us to solve that? Do you want us to go down that road and look for an opportunity? Because right now, we're processing a housing application. We're complying with state law in processing the housing application to make sure that it receives its entitlements. We don't have a different direction from council at this point to go down a different road.
So the zoning issue is critical, and before we would come back before your council with any further iterations or term sheets or anything like that, this is something that we would have worked out with your planning staff and brought through your planning commission to evaluate whatever options we come up with. And then when we're back before your city council, you'd have a recommendation from your planning commission that you could evaluate and choose if you wanted to go that way or not.
But I think you said we had to come up with the alternative sites that would have the 40 seat. That was, I believe, the comment you made. It was-
I guess I mean we collectively.
I think you said you.
Oh, did I say you have to come up with it?
Yeah, or
The-
planning.
The city has to come up
city
with
does.
alternative zoning for this, but we're not sitting here saying, well, you guys come up with it. I mean, ultimately, it is staff that has to identify sites, and it would be your planning commission that has to look at what sites they think are good options for doing that. And then it's your call whether you want to go one way or another with that. But today, your call is, do you even want to look at that at all? Like, are you willing to look at alternative sites to replace this housing density or not? If the answer is you're not, then, we have our answer here, and we would go forward with the housing project that we have in right now under SB 330, which is one of those state laws that is imposing the state's will on your city, that you basically have very little discretion over that project. But we've got to do something with that site, and the housing project is what's going forward on it right now. So it's really just a policy question. Do you want to just preserve the housing on that site and do housing? Or does the city want to look into doing a hotel project like this and move that housing density around to other places? And that's your decision.
How about a third option of letting the city buy the property?
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
possible.
wait till you hear the price.
Oh, I'm sure I know what the price will be, but I did want to clarify one thing for everyone that's here and out there, that whatever we're deciding right now, it's, again, purely just to see if we can study it and find a way to work on the zoning. And at this point, it's not giving Mr. St. George or any developer the right to do the hotel and give them some other property that they are then going to build the affordable housing on. Because I've been hearing that in the community, that they're concerned that, you know, whatever we end up deciding here, as far as, let's just say we do the hotel project, that then we are tasked with trying to find you, as the developer, property to be able to do the replacement, and that's not the case. I just want to make sure that that's understood. It's just us finding the property for anyone to build it,
Correct. That's right.
not,
It isn't us that it's not, we're not
Right.
gonna, you're not gonna say, okay, you, Ed St. George, will build those 44 units over here. It's that we are creating the opportunity
right.
in the city elsewhere to provide those same units that we took away the opportunity over on this site.
Right. And I just want to make sure that the community and the residents that are out there listening understand that part of this part of it right now. So, any other questions?
Yes, I do have a question, and this is not necessarily to you folks. So honestly, I understand you have this property you want to develop. The ideal project costs a lot of money. You're coming up with ways to do it. The city ultimately benefits because of higher TOT. I understand the reasonment of asking the city to invest in the development as well, which ultimately will benefit everybody. But my question here is to maybe our city attorney and staff in general, tax abatement. These are funds that are going to be somewhat invested into the project and for a certain amount of time, and this is coming from TOT tax, correct? When the customer books the room, they are given a list and saying, these are the taxes you are paying, this is what it is. I am just worried that it might seem misleading that they're thinking that they're paying to stay in the town, and this is, to support the infrastructure of the town, and instead it's benefiting a private project. Could other hotels say, hey, I want to be able to abate my TOT tax because I'm going to upgrade my rooms? Could grocery stores, and I understand that not necessarily this is how sales tax works right now, but I'm going to abate my sales taxes because I want to expand my store or something. I'm just worried about the precedent that this sets.
Right, and you raise another point that is complicated. Calling it an abatement is not really the way these kind of deals are structured. The ones that I've seen, it's more of a rebate, where the TOT is collected, sent to the city, and then the city, as part of a development agreement, rebates a certain amount. That way, everyone's paying the same tax. There's no change among the property owners who are subject to the TOT. Everyone's obligated to do it. It's just there is a deal where the city's contributing as a rebate of that. Now, your point, though, is can someone else come in and say it? Absolutely. Someone else could say, well, I would like to upgrade my hotel. I would like to make it a 4-star. I would like to install a swimming pool. I would like to install a fitness center. I can't do that unless the city helps me out. So these are things that we have to look at in terms of, from a fiscal analysis, certainly, and it may be after talking with the project developer, assuming we get over the housing hurdle, that when they look at the cost additionally from the prevailing wage that would be implicated on this, they may just give up on that whole idea and say, not worth it, too expensive. So these are things that we would have to iron out. But again, the only direction we have right now is to process it as a housing development. That's what we have before us. And council would have to give us direction. If you want to go down this road, to have staff start solving some of the issues that have come forth, whether it's the housing, whether it's the fiscal analysis, zoning changes, general plan updates, and all that. We have no current direction to go that way.
All right. Are there any other questions at this time? All right. Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And
Thank you.
I believe we have a comment. Mayor Urick, somebody's raising their hand.
yeah, I was getting to there.
Okay.
So we have anybody, I don't have any speaker slips in-house, and I'm just wondering if there's anyone here that would like to speak on this project. Stepped right to the plate.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Alice Ola, and I'm actually speaking impromptu on this because as a neighbor and president of the Solvang Senior Advisory Council, which is right next door, and as a real estate person, and I know you have a great fiscal obligation to the city, so I understand that the tax that you would have on a hotel, but I can also tell you your residents don't have anything to rent, and the things to buy are very high. And I think the housing project serves the city better. It might not be the fiscal thing that's wonderful, but it serves your community better. And the senior center is in the project of their capital campaign, and we would love to have those new residents next door neighbors too. So I'm just commenting on those. I'm just commenting. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Ola. Are there any other speakers that would like to, or have any comments here inside?
Hand up, I think.
We have one hand on Zoom. Ms. Benedict, please go ahead.
Yes, that's me. I'll be as brief as I can. And I know I'm a broken record, but you're going to hear it again and again from me, and that's the traffic that either project would create. Right now, the road, Mission Drive, is stop and go. You put anything over there, and it's going to be stop and stop. And widening it from Pine Street to LSL is going to even make it worse. It's going to be a detriment to the people that live here. I don't even want to go get my mail on the weekends when I have to go to Solvang Post Office. I can just imagine what it would be like if either project went through. And I know all about SB 330, I think it is, and the requirements of the state, but there are other places to put affordable housing. They don't have to go over there. The other thing I'm curious about, you keep referring to Mr. George or St. George as the developer. Who owns the property? Have you seen any deed? Is the property in his name? Or is he developing somebody else's property? I'd be curious to have an answer on that. The final thing I would like to say is, has anybody talked to the Shumash? Now, maybe the Shumash don't care, and that's fine if they don't. But I worked at the mission for 18 years, and I know all the artifacts that used to be dug up that I used to save in the archive and have an archaeologist looking at. I'm the one that wrote the grants to bring in the ground penetrating radar and the forensic canines so that we didn't mess with the ground. There were Shumash on site when we were doing that, when we found the housing development in the back behind the schoolhouse, and then in the front when they found that there were burials outside the wall. And you'll see there's an extra wall that's been added, or fencing, I should say. So maybe they have a vested interest in it. I don't know. It's right across the road, and at one time there was no 246. And they were living everywhere, and maybe they have something that needs to be said about the property so close to the mission. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Would you be able to clarify one, or at least answer one question?
The question about the Chumash or
Ownership.
ownership, I have not seen a deed on that property personally, but maybe we can have Ed St. George answer the question.
Hi, Mayor Charlie.
It's okay, go ahead.
All right.
It's an ejection button.
Taser.
It's a good way to get rid of developers.
The trap door's not working.
No, I do pay property taxes on it, and the deed is in my name.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. And I'm sure going forward with whatever project, I'm sure that the Shumash would have some say in any of the digging up of the property.
Well, certainly in any general plan amendment, there's going to be a tribal consultation aspect to it.
Right.
So there'll be an opportunity there at least.
Absolutely. So hopefully that puts your mind at ease there, Sheila. Are there any other questions out there? I'm not seeing any hands or any phones.
Would anybody else like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand or unmute yourself. Seeing no more speakers.
All right, thank you. Bring it back for final discussion and maybe a motion.
Comments?
Comments?
Good.
Yeah, I think it's worth it to look at options. Obviously, we have the current application for the housing, and I'm not going to argue that we don't need it, because we do. However, I think it's worth, many residents have expressed to me that they would like to see a hotel there. They like the idea of that sort of development, and I'm sure Mr. St. George would like to see what other options there are, whether it is hotel or high-density residence, maybe a mixed use, I don't know. So I would encourage staff to look at what alternatives we have to solve the housing issue, so that we can look at other options of the development, including the hotel.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Thomas?
I tend to, I know we all hear a lot about what should be on that property. And I've talked with the previous property owner, I've talked with Mr. St. George, and a lot of other people. I know that there are a lot of hurdles that we have to go through for this property to come to fruition, if that's the decision we make. But I think it's worth the effort, at least in my perspective. I prefer the idea of a quality hotel, personally with a mission motif across from the mission, to enhance the entrance to the city, as well as to be able to provide TOT. To respond to Alice, the housing's going to have to be there either way. It just may not be right there next to the center. But that's my direction. I think it's worth going forward and looking at. Where it ends up, nobody knows. But it's worth giving it the effort, I believe.
I would have a tendency to agree. There's a couple things that I would bring out. The SB 330 apartment presentation that Mr. St. George has proposed, one of the codes that we cannot change is parking. He's put down almost nothing in parking, a half a parking space per apartment. That means there's going to be parking all over in the Vets Hall, around the senior center, everything else that's going to cause a problem. So I have a tendency to dislike that project. Couple of other reasons. I would like to see the staff come up with an identification of how we're going to meet our RHNA number of 191 units, and see if there is a way at that point in time to change the DR20 for that property for some other. It kind of suggests we have to come up with 131 or 32 units in rezoning. I've looked at several pieces of property, haven't talked to any of the owners yet, but there are some capabilities. I don't know how you get to 191, nevertheless 132 or something. So I'm not sure what's going to happen in that regard, but I'd like the staff to let us know what the baseline is. What can we achieve today if we don't do anything with that property? And then we'll talk about changing the zoning. Thank you.
And my only comments are the two biggest issues that the city has is a wastewater treatment plant and unfunded liabilities. And we would not get that from residential in one location. I would like to see Mr. St. George build this development as a high-end luxury resort. I would also like, and I even ran on this, is promoting midweek tourism, having somewhere where we could have people come here during the week, because we cram all of our TOT into the weekend pretty much, except for the summer. And by doing something that can draw some people from within 300 miles for weekly meetings, it spreads everything out, and it brings in more money. So I'm all for the development of the hotel there.
Okay. Do we have
Making
a,
staff work harder to come up with, and all of us work harder to come up with the housing elements requirements.
can we have a motion on the recommendation then? Which is, or I'll make it.
The wordings.
I'll make a motion to have the staff review the developer's conceptual proposal for an alternative hotel project at the old lumberyard as an alternative to previously submitted housing development applications submitted under SB 330. And provides, well, that's it.
I'll second that.
That's our direction. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Marona?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Urick?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All right. Moving on to item number 8. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Item
Oh,
number,
I'm sorry.
yes,
Did we move item 10 up to 8? We could do that.
I believe you moved having the speakers for the grant applications be able to speak at this point so that they
Yes.
don't have to wait.
What item is that?
Well, so it was item, as part of item, what used to be number 10, our new number 9, the budget, preliminary fiscal year 2021-22 supplemental budget. As part of that big agenda item,
Yes.
there's 4 grant requests from senior center, et cetera. Those applicants are here, some of them are here in the audience. We usually request them to be available or to say a few words if they want to as part of the application process. You could hear from them, which is what I believe you
Yes.
motioned on
I
ahead
apologize.
of time.
So if we want to start with senior center? Solvang Senior Center, being that you're our city. Thank you, Ellen. No disrespect, though, Pam.
We're joined at the hip.
You're joined.
Thank you very much for, it's nice this year to be able to see you in person, and thank you, as you've always, supported us for many, many years. I know in your packet you have our application, but I think it's worth reading so that those listening to us, hopefully there's still people out there listening, to what we are, what we stand for, and why we're so important to this community. The purpose of the Solvang Senior Center is to help people age vibrantly. The Senior Center strives to holistically improve the physical, cognitive, and emotional health of mature adults in San Ynez Valley, providing seniors with empowering tools, which I think this is really important, empowering tools to live vibrant, independent lives. The goal of the center is to increase the overall health and well-being of San Ynez Valley seniors through the provision of nutritional meals, physical, social, and preventative activities. And even with our awkward year this year, we were able to provide those for our valley residents, our city residents, and even the residents that keep in touch with us in Orchid, in Santa Maria, and so forth. We were able to be a beacon for them. We really found out how important we were when people called up and said, wow, there's somebody there. I need this help here. We helped them with the whole big process of becoming their vaccination. You go to your doctor, they give you information on your COVID vaccination. Many of our seniors didn't know how to maneuver anything on the computer, even phone calls. We had volunteers who made those calls for them. They'd come in and we would set them up for them. We'd even take them to our appointments. We had more people than we've ever had before come in because all of our meals now are strictly to go. We're not having anyone dine in. More people than we've ever had, people we've never seen come in, and people who were definitely in need come in, and they're still coming in. And thank you to Atterdag Village because they provide our meals. We've worked the socks off of them, but it's been wonderful to see how much we are truly needed, how much we are appreciated, our wonderful partnerships that we have with other services throughout the valley, Atterdag Village, the Buellton Senior Center, Veggie Rescue. We work with People Helping People, the Kylin Foundation, and it's something that as we begin to open up more, we'll see how we increase. Our people are coming back to us, and our need is becoming even more so apparent. And something that's very interesting, and we bring this up every year, we provide free AARP tax services. And this year, we were still able to do that. It was pretty stinking convoluted. We couldn't have people come in, but our preparers sat there twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week, and we were able to at least provide service for 260 individuals instead of 400. And in that's another important element of what we do. We found out the needs that people have, and with this year, them being, many of them were in a total panic, we were still there for them, and we found out even more needs than they had than what we were aware of. So we thank you for what you do for us. We look forward to a wonderful, exciting future in our valley, in our community. We look forward to all of you coming to pay us a visit. We thank you for your past support, and we really hope that you'll be able to provide us with what we're asking for, $55,000 this year. And as we move forward, we hope that maybe we won't have to come and ask every year, and that we will become a line item budget. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Does anybody have questions for Ellen?
I didn't hear, what was the amount you were asking?
55,000.
Page 172. Ellen, I had a question on your, I know that you guys got the lease extension.
Yes.
Talking to former Mayor Richardson.
Yes.
And one question I had, and it was just approached to me, is I know at Buellton, they have the refrigerated units outside that people are allowed to be able to go off hours and get essentially fresher vegetables, fruits and vegetables that are in a refrigeration unit. Is that something that Solvang would be able to
Look into
getting? And
we do have, now, we have produce, we keep it inside.
Right.
And when folks come in to pick up their meals, or we even call individuals, we will deliver it to individuals. So we do those, we also do those for anyone, they don't have to be a member of the center.
Okay.
It would be something that, I was actually approached by an individual, I think he spoke to you.
maybe the same one. So
Yeah.
that's why I was just
Yes,
asking.
we need to find the spot and also make sure with the refrigerator, we have a spot that keeps it protected from dirt and so forth that's going to get, and also to make sure that it's not an issue that we have a problem like working with the health department, or they're going to have to come, if they have to come out and inspect, they have to come out and inspect it.
Right.
But will that individual be the person in charge of stocking it? We provide the space. And we are there for folks all the time. We have a little bit of a different setup. We don't leave our produce out. At this time, it would be terrible because if you haven't noticed, there's squirrels running all over the parking lot. So the produce would be gone. But with a refrigerator, we are considering that. And
Okay.
it's just making sure that it's safe and that we have a unit that's not going to cause us, problems with dirt. I know at Buellton's, they have it in a very well-protected area.
Right.
We'd have to find a well-protected spot because we do have a lot of dirt that blows in there.
Maybe we could utilize this holding cell in the Solvang jail, Solvang station.
Yeah, that would be great.
Then the sheriff's department could keep an eye on it. Anyway, it was just a thought.
Yes.
My name is in the wall.
Yeah,
There you go.
I've got a reservation.
Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate that.
Thank you, and as you notice that we have our outdoor activities have become, it's wonderful to see folks outside exercising. We have our yoga and our Tai Chi couple of times a week, so we're looking at when we can start increasing those. But that's really the overall well-being of seniors. It's, that's, we take care of everything, their mind, body, and their spirit. So we thank you for that.
Well, we thank you for everything that you do for the Solvang residents and the community as a whole.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have the answer to this. Are we approving or looking at approving these requests this evening?
You're not looking at approving this request this evening. This would be part of the final budget adoption when you will take action. So this is informational today.
Okay, thank you.
Pam? The other center.
Thank you, Mayor Yurick and council members. I think that Solvang and Buellton has this amazing partnership that all of us back there in that group work together. And I think that that doesn't happen in all cities, and that we watch each other's back. So it's always kind of a strange thing when we're asking for funds and where do you go to and where do you put them? And, what programs are you helping when we're all really working together? We can't really do it without that kind of partnership back there. But we are asking for that $10,000 for this program. So the reason why we're asking is because for the two particular programs are for the medical transportation, which you've funded for the last 3 years, and also the food, the daily farmers market and this grocery program. And the reason why we come to Solvang to ask is because, particularly in the medical program, the majority of our people that we take to doctors are from Solvang. And then also in the food, we're open 7 days a week in the free farmers market. And when they did they were doing the studies for the food program in the free farmers market, turned out that there was about 700 Solvang and San Ynez residents that come through there. For instance, today we got 16,000 pounds of produce. So we immediately put it up on Facebook and people come over. And Giordano's has been very gracious to us because of the different things closing and restaurants doing different things. We're going down to Giordano's and they're giving us donations 3 times a week. We just fill up our vans and bring it back. And so we're able to help the entire community, and because of that, and because of COVID, and we realize what we need and where we need, what lane we need to be in, we have a new name of San Ynez Valley Community Outreach. So we won't be coming to you as the Buellton Senior Center any longer, but as a valley-wide organization. So when we first did our grant, we were telling you that we were going to do 112 round-trip medical this year, but since January to now, we've already done 118, so that's a little out of reach that we've already surpassed that. So we are asking for help just to help supplement and get these programs going. Obviously, we all know that we increased everything, and we had COVID money. COVID's money has stopped. I don't know where that lies right now. I don't know what we're going to do, because we certainly, the need hasn't decreased, but the money has. So I don't know what that looks like, but we appreciate any help that you can give us, and you have been awesome and so incredible in the past, and we thank you for this opportunity. Anybody?
Thank you, Pam. Are there any
Any
questions?
questions?
Pam, Nico? No? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
And we appreciate everything that you guys do over there in Buellton as well. And who's next?
Good evening, Mayor Yurick and the City Council. I'm Karen Brown. It's so good to see you all here tonight, and it's really nice to attend a meeting that everyone is just cooperative and nice. So So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present on the behalf of Atterdaggett Home and for your last year's generous support of $15,000. 5 years ago, in order to prevent Meals on Wheels from being discontinued, the Atterdaggett Home Incorporated was established and took over the coordination of volunteers and management of the program. Over the past 14 months, we've served 23,365 hot, healthy, nutritious meals delivered by dedicated and caring volunteers to low-income, fragile senior population while allowing them to remain secure and supported in their own homes. During the pandemic, our meal numbers increased by 20%. Currently, we have 150 clients, of which 85% live in Solvang. Due to the increase in meals, we added another route so that the meals would be delivered more efficiently around the lunch hour. Thanks to our generous and compassionate community, Atterdaggett Home has 183 volunteers who deliver meals year-round, including Christmas and Thanksgiving. Atterdag of Solvang has been preparing meals for the Meals on Wheels program since 1969. Creating healthy and delicious meals with freshest ingredients. This past year, Atterdaggett Home partnered with Veggie Rescue, who shares some of their surplus fruit, which we share in our Meals on Wheels deliveries. In December, a brown bag breakfast was added to the Friday deliveries so that the Meals on Wheels clients had food with which to take their medications over the weekend. The brown bag supplement includes fresh fruit, cereal, a sweetbread, milk, and an inspirational message that is written by one of our residents up at the Atterdag Village, and she's loving writing a message to help people boost their spirits. And I get comments all the time, people just love those little messages in their bags. And I have 2 residents that are helping me put together all the bags that we do every week. So it's kind of a good thing for them, and it's a great opportunity to get seniors involved in putting those together. According to national statistics, daily home delivered meals help to keep 8 out of 10 recipients who have previously fallen from falling again. A typical meal meets the dietary needs of a senior, providing them with the necessary nutrients for a healthy diet. Frequent daily deliveries provide nutritional needs, combat isolation, and address safety hazards and communication to prevent injury. I don't know how many times in going out and delivering that my volunteers have come back and have discovered that something's wrong. Maybe the meal from the previous day is there, and that we get on it and find out if they're okay. Many times they've been in the hospital. It's just nice to, keep in touch with everyone and to know what they're doing, and also to keep in touch with the ladies in the back, because we all communicate with each other, we all help each other. If we know somebody needs help or extra help, we're able to get them the help that they need. In addition to our Meals on Wheels program, one of the things that we found is people need more than just meals. Maybe they need transportation to the grocery store or to their medical appointments. We've provided phone check-ins and dog visits and dog walking, and just anything that we see that is a need that a senior, there's really nothing that we haven't done. And I will find the person to do it if somebody needs something done. So our organization's total budget is $164,470. Annually, we seek funding from private donors, corporations, and foundations to cover a $90,000 deficit. Atterdag is asking all of you to consider continuing to donate to this worthwhile program. I get calls every day that people have told me if we don't know what we would do without Meals on Wheels. People that don't have family, people that are isolated, our volunteers are all on board to help people. I think that's the kind of community that we have in Solvang. A social worker said, you have a very unusual situation, because he's worked all over the world. In Solvang, there are so many people that are helping their neighbors. And I feel blessed to be a Solvang citizen. I've been here for 32 years. I moved from Michigan. And I just want to say that I'm proud of this city, and I'm proud of all of you and all the gals and everybody that gives back to the community. Thank you so much for allowing me to present. Does anyone have any questions?
Well, I just have a quick comment. I'd like to thank you for that, because I know my neighbor that I had when I was living in Buellton, she fell a few times, and it was the Meals on Wheels people that were notifying for Vivian.
Mhm. Yeah, so, anyway, thank you so much.
Next.
Hello, City Council members and Mayor Uhrig. My name is Diana O'Connell, and I'm the new Executive Director for Veggie Rescue. Starting towards the end of 2020, an interesting time to be in this space. On the central coast of California, there are tens of thousands of acres of produce grown, and from harvest to end consumer, an estimated 35% of all food grown and produced is going to waste. At the same time, 1 in 8 people in our county are living with food insecurity, with limited access to healthy food, and poor diets contributing to poor mental and physical health, limiting personal and community development. We at Veggie Rescue believe there is enough fresh produce for everyone, and that people in need can be connected with fresh produce outside of the traditional market. To address this issue, Veggie Rescue partners with local farmers, farmers markets, restaurant supply companies, and businesses to pick up fresh produce and high-quality food that is either imperfect for commercial use or going to go bad by the time it gets through the normal channels. Veggie Rescue's role is to make it convenient for these farms and businesses to donate. We then deliver the food directly to the organizations who are feeding the most vulnerable in our community at no cost to the recipients. The programs we deliver to that are feeding Solvang seniors and low-income families include the Senior Center, Atterdag at Home, Bethania Lutheran Food Pantry, People Helping People, the Buellton Senior Center, the Golden Inn and Village, Feed the Valley, and while it was in operation, the food distribution program at St. Mark's. In 2020, of the 516,000 pounds that Veggie Rescue recovered, we delivered 168,000 pounds of rescued food to nonprofits in the Santa Ynez Valley. And from January through April of this year, so far, an additional 42,000 pounds. This is the equivalent of 139,000 meals with an estimated value of $293,000 of food. Veggie Rescue, again, doesn't charge for any of our services and is dependent upon donations and grants. This food that's coming through the waste recovery efforts is only a small fraction of the charitable feeding being done in our valley, as you can tell. The nature of food rescue is very random, and as far as what is being gleaned and when, we don't really always know what's coming. So because of this, the food that Veggie Rescue delivers is considered supplemental, nutrient-dense food that complements what's coming through the other food services and through the food bank. So far, in the first 4 months of 2021, there's been no decrease in the demand from organizations doing charitable feeding. Though the impact of COVID is shifting, the need to feed our community with food insecurity continues. We hope that you will continue to consider us, and our grant application is to support us with $10,000. I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone isn't familiar with Veggie Rescue.
You took over for Holly?
Holly is one of the founders. I
You
took
wanted-
over for Amy Derryberry.
Amy, okay. Thank you. I have no question. I thank you for all that you do as well for
Okay.
providing all of those fruits and vegetables for all of the folks and the nonprofits that are out there providing food for every one of you. Thank you all. All right, that was just for a presentation, and we will have any discussion, further discussion on that, or unless you had any other questions or comments, we'll move back to line item 9, 8,
Line item 8.
8.
This is the
Yeah,
general plan update, GPAC and Spanish translation, consideration of scope and budget amendment. So there's 2 requests, and it may seem like a scope creep, but it really is a natural scope creep. There's 2 items for you to consider, whether you would like to amend the Mintier Harnish contract for the general plan update to include this minor additions to their scope as of this time. The first one is the GPAC. So GPAC was not originally planned as part of the project scope for the general plan. GPAC is the General Plan Advisory Committee. It really formed sort of very naturally as we dove into the project, and members of different committees as well as members of the public were definitely expressing an interest in having a more solving-centric and solving-driven part to the project, which is how the GPAC was eventually formed. As part of that process, it's definitely still is very important to tie the GPAC with the overall project management and make sure that GPAC doesn't become something that leads us from going from a 2 years from now finish line to 3 years or whatever else. We need to stay on track. So even though we want the GPAC input and making sure that we are understanding the interest of the community and are definitely including that in all of the policy considerations, there is a benefit in having the same consultant being involved in these more organized official meetings of the GPAC. So this scope of work here represents 10 meetings of the GPAC throughout the life of the project, which is 60 hours of management preparing materials and running the meetings at $200 for a total change in the contract of $12,800. We do have with us Brent and Rick, who are the project managers on the general plan update. If you have any questions, and I think they also have some comments from their experience in working with other GPACs that they would like to make. The second request here came from Mayor Urig's desire to have a Spanish translation. So we've discussed that with Mintier Harnish as well, and they also have some comments in terms of Spanish translation, how it has worked with other communities. But for $6,000, essentially, we could translate the main documents for the community engagement and have a Spanish element and outreach of to a certain degree. So with that, I'd like to give a word to, I believe, Brent.
Zena,
Yes.
before we move on, I noticed the time and I was going to catch myself.
Oh.
So if we can just have a motion to extend the meeting, if I can have a motion for that.
Moved.
Can we have a second
Second.
and a roll call?
Councilmember Clark,
No.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Not having to think about it now.
Yeah,
Yes.
Mayor Urig.
Yes.
4-1.
Thank you all.
Her response was
I know.
like mine last time.
There's,
Yes.
there's going to be payback, I know.
It's your
I know
turn
there's
next week.
payback. All right, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Okay.
please go ahead.
Brent, would you like to go ahead and jump in and give us some thoughts on both the GPAC and the Spanish translation?
Sure, I can. You guys are a lively bunch for almost 10 p.m. I'm impressed.
Don't remind us.
It's not the latest council meeting, but I'm impressed. Yeah, so again, my name is Brent Givens. I'm the project manager for the Solving General Plan Update. I have Rick Rust here as well. He is also part of our project team. He's the project director. I'm actually going to have Rick give a brief overview of the GPAC meeting. The first one we had last week. Rick actually facilitated that so he can provide some feedback, and then we can provide additional commentary on how GPACs have worked as part of other general plan updates and some pros and cons moving forward having an advisory committee like this. If the council would like, we could also address the Spanish translation and dig deeper into what that 6,000 covers and the different deliverables that we're anticipating to translate. So Rick?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the rest of the council. We met last week with the GPAC for their first meeting last Wednesday, and all 15 members were there, and we had a very energetic and lively group, and they sound to be very dedicated to the cause and making sure that we work together to create a plan that really reflects Solvang's future for the next 20 years. And they will be involved in all aspects of the plan development from the starting point all the way through the end of the actual elements themselves. And per your earlier conversation tonight, they will be part of the housing element development, and we'll be looking at the sites as we go through their workshops and getting the housing element pulled together. A key component of that will be working towards later in the summer when we look at alternatives and some concepts that will be used to guide our alternatives, and that the housing piece will be one key aspect of that, as well as a number of other things that need to be covered in a general plan as far as the future for alternative choices. And that will also be brought back to the Planning Commission and the City Council for a check-in time too, to make sure that these concepts that we're developing with the GPAC, who is advisory to the Planning Commission and the City Council, will also be reviewing this with the DRC, that we are all kind of going in the right direction. So we'll make sure that we get your buy-in on the overall direction moving forward. We wanted to make sure and gave an update for the budget, looking at the GPACs, because as was mentioned, they weren't part of the scope originally, but we think it's critical that we be part of the discussion just to make sure that we keep the GPAC focused on what we need from them and keep them in the right direction. Make sure the other benefit is that we can also help them solve problems. You can think of us as your technical advisors. We're not here to create the plan. We're here to help take your ideas and develop out the right way to do it. How would we write a policy that would achieve the ends that the GPAC sees going forward, and eventually for the Planning Commission and Council? So by us being in these meetings, it helps us be that sounding board back where they say, hey, we'd like to do X, and we can tell them how you might craft that kind of policy language, how you might craft that kind of alternative to best meet that need. The other thing we often do other GPACs is provide some experiences from other places. I mean, we know that Solvang is a very unique place in not only California, but in the country. But there are experiences that you're going to have, be it dealing with Caltrans on highways and how you deal with them on pedestrian access and safe streets. There's going to be some commonality that we can tell you what we've done in other places. We can tell you what's been done by other jurisdictions, and just to give you ideas of what's possible, and even to morph beyond that to come up with your own unique ideas for your own unique problems. But that's why we've proposed being part of this GPAC, to make sure that we can find a good success out of this, and also to make sure that we keep everybody kind of on track, because we've had some communities where GPACs have grown from an idea of 10 meetings to ending up with 35 meetings. And it's important that we keep on schedule, especially because the housing element is part of this general plan update, which is not everybody does it that way because the timing doesn't always fall in the same time frames. But when you're doing that, the housing element has a specific schedule, and we need to make sure the whole project moves forward with that housing element so that we can meet the state mandate for meeting that need while we keep the whole thing pulled together, because this housing issue is just one part of a bigger equation. And you're actually fortunate that you can do all this stuff at the same time. I think it'll make a much better project, it'll make a much better housing element, and an overall sense of where we're going. So that's my 2 cents on GPACs and where we've got for that. The GPAC has volunteered to talk about the existing conditions of trends workbook in early June. They're going to have a separate meeting just to go over their notes and comments. And then we're going to come back June 30th, and we're going to start talking about developing a vision and guiding principles. And these are important foundational pieces that help us identify the key themes that will guide the entire development of the general plan. And we'll obviously bring those back and get that briefed to the Planning Commission and the council and the DRC as well.
I just wanted to follow up on what Rick was saying in regards to the general plan vision. So just that you're aware. So we'll be going back to the GPAC. They will provide a recommended general plan vision and guiding principles to the DRC for review. The DRC will review that, provide their recommendation onto Planning Commission and onto Council. That process is going to last probably 2 to 3 months, just for noticing requirements for each elected and appointed body. Once Council approves a general plan vision and guiding principles, we then can dive into the alternatives portion of the project. If you've been to some of our community workshops before, this is where I mentioned this is the part of the process that garners the most public attention. This is where we look at land uses. What color is on the map? Is that color going to change? Is it not going to change? Are the different requirements to density or different requirement to standards, are those going to be modified going forward? And this is equally important because since we're merging this with the housing element, we're going to need to take a hard look at housing opportunities within the community. So just to the council, expect that alternatives phase will probably start now. It's getting shifted back a little bit, probably in the fall. The GPAC will meet at the beginning to review some different land use policy alternatives and some other policy direction moving forward. And then we'll facilitate a community workshop, which with the news that Xenia pointed out tonight, starting on June 15th, hopefully that meeting can be completely in person by that point. Maybe no mask, we'll see. So as we look toward that, that's when the next community workshop will be. We're aiming toward the fall at this point. We're available to answer any questions either on the GPAC, the general plan process, or Spanish translation. Thank you.
Are there any questions of the staff reports? Councilmember Infante.
I have a couple things. So Mayor Pro Tem Arona and myself are on the GPAC. We were at the meeting, and I came away a little disappointed for a couple of reasons, and so I would like to make some requests. One of the things is we didn't have any of the slides in advance. We didn't know what to prepare for. We didn't know what was going to be asked, so it really was a little difficult. I think the scheduling, you just verbally described a couple of events. I'd like to see that whole schedule laid out with some dates. Hey, we might miss them, that's fine, but at least an idea of how this is going to proceed through the next 12 months or so would be extremely helpful. I'd also like, we had 2 members of the GPAC that were original producers of the first general plan. And the questions I keep getting asked by them is, well, what did they do with our old chapters? You took the old chapters, combined them, and we didn't have any explanation of why. So what we'd like to hear is, why did you do what you did? And give us an explanation is what we're looking for.
Sure.
And then, the other thing that I was a little disappointed in was that a month or so ago, we all met at Vets Hall and we put all that information together, and we haven't seen that data yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a month or so. I don't know how long it takes to put all that together, but I would like to see that go out to the GPAC members so they have some information or an indication of what the rest of the population is thinking in that regard. Then we were asked to do a vision statement, but nobody told us what a vision statement really is. And I don't know about you, but I've never written a vision statement before. So I would have appreciated a little bit, so I looked it up, found things that there's supposed to be a couple of steps in that, coming up with that visioning statement. I think we just need a little bit more information to help us along so that we can feed back to you our thoughts in a cohesive manner that you can use. Thank you.
Sure, if I could respond,
Well,
I want to highlight just three things on this, Rick, and then I'll hand it over to you. Three things popped up. First off, on the summary, Councilmember Infante, you are right. It has been a month. We had a month window open for any online engagement that went until early May. At that point, we take all of the online engagement down and we synthesize all of it and prepare a summary. So we actually have a 54-page summary that was just gotten into staff's hands for review. Staff will review that and then give us the clearance, and then that will get posted online. There'll be an e-blast that goes out to the community highlighting that, and it'll also be available in ample time before the next GPAC meeting on the 30th of June. That summary is it's called the Spring 2021 Summary. So it's 54 pages that includes all feedback from the joint study session back on February 6th. It includes all of the feedback from the stakeholder interviews that went over a 2-month time period. And it includes all feedback from both in-person workshops in April and the online workshops that were open for a month after. So that summary is coming. Staff is reviewing it. It's lengthy. It has a lot of great information in there that I really think will help the GPAC and the community understand the community's expectations moving forward as part of this effort. In regards to the schedule, we can provide council with a schedule. We typically don't go beyond 6 months because there's so many variables that can occur. But we can provide a 6-month schedule that lays out what to expect so that you and the constituents know what's coming up and what those implications are of upcoming deliverables or community meetings. The other part I'd like to address too is the question about the 2 GPAC members who were previously part of your first general plan effort, and the question about why this differed. So the existing conditions and trends workbook is not actually taking your existing general plan and combining chapters or disregarding others. This is just the first technical look at the data conditions on the ground today. How we start a general plan policy document is what we create in the beginning is called a general plan audit. And what that is we actually take every element that was part of your existing general plan, and it's an Excel document. And what we do is we include all your existing goals, policies, and programs, and then we categorize that by each element that you currently have. And as part of that, that general plan audit is given to all staff departments, and staff reviews that general plan audit and checks to make sure which of those programs have been completed, have priorities changed since the last update on certain policies, and they actually provide us feedback on what to keep, what to remove, and what to move forward. This is a great opportunity too to go through your old existing plan that staff will do to check to see, are there pieces of the plan that should continue forward because they're successful? So we actually haven't gone through and removed any parts of your plan yet. We're still in that research and analysis phase, looking through your existing general plan and finding which portions will move forward just based on their success or something that the city wants to continue to do, and which ones can be removed because those programs have already been completed. So we actually haven't gone there quite yet. So I just want to let you and the council know that we haven't disregarded your old plan. That's actually our foundation. It's our starting point. We just haven't gone to that part in the process yet. Rick, you probably have some additional feedback on GPAC meetings and presentations going forward.
Yeah, this first meeting was meant to be just an introductory, get all the GPAC members together, understand where we're going. I think I presented a broad schedule of the entire general plan update and where the GPAC would be involved and what phases and what their meetings actually fell into. There's 10 of those that they would fall into. But as Brent said, we can give you the 6 month more detailed schedule from that. And I think, as I said at the meeting, we were also planning to get you that summary of the workshop. And as Brent said, it's not only just the workshop, but we allowed a 1-month period for the online workshops. And then we also did some stakeholder interviews during that time period as well. So we would expect after staff's review that would probably get out to you within the next week or so. So you'll have 3 weeks head start on reading that before you get into your next meeting. Now for the vision statement, again, you'll have some read-aheads for this. Again, the introductory meeting, we didn't intend to really have read-aheads because it was more self-explanatory perhaps, just an introduction. But for the next one on vision, we will give you not necessarily what other places do, because we don't want to create your vision for you in that sense, but to give you kind of 3 philosophies for how vision statements can be constructed, whether they take a philosophical nature, whether they take a more marketing approach to the community, how those might be structured. So we'll give you some flavor for what a vision statement is, what are some basic concepts for the different kinds of constructs that you can take, and that'll be part of the first step with the GPAC is talking about what's the basic construct we're going after. Not that we can't change it after we've had a good discussion, but a basic idea of the structure that we're going to go for, the type of vision statement we're going to develop. And then we'll be working, you'll have that material. We'll give you some samples from other places so you can kind of see how they fleshed out into those different philosophies, just to give you a sense of how that works and what a vision statement does. We'll also talk about guiding principles. There's some idea that you have guiding principles for each element. There's an idea that you figure out what are your key thematic components, whether it be mobility or some other major component, and set up the guiding principle for that. So in the structure of things, we're going to go from a vision statement to a set of guiding principles, and then we'll go to within each of the elements, goals, policies, and implementations that will make all this stuff happen. So you'll get some materials probably early next week to the GPAC. And again, so you'll have about more than 3 weeks to review the stuff and get prepared for your next meeting. But we're hoping that'll give you some good foundational information about what a vision is. Beyond that, we're depending on the GPAC member to come loaded up with ideas on what you envision the community being in the year 2040. How would you describe the community? That's a basic premise of a vision. If you were describing a vision, describing the community to somebody in the year 2040, how would you describe it? Not what it is today, but what will it be in the future? There could be some pieces that you just didn't change because you like them the way they are. There could be places that you do want change because you don't like the way they've turned out, or some places that just need a small tweak or change to make it something else. So that's what we'll be guiding you through, and we'll certainly give you some read aheads at least 3 weeks ahead so that you have a good foundation to have that discussion live and in person on June 30th.
Yeah, what you
And
probably,
I will say for the June 30th meeting too, when you look through the summary that will be going out within the next week, we had a lot of responses in person at the workshops we had in April on the Thursday and the Thursday night and the Friday morning. And we had over 95 online responses come in. So you'll have over 120 different community visions that community members made. And that's their input with different keywords that they feel describe Solvang in 2040. So that will also lend a hand when the GPAC is looking to craft a GPAC recommended vision. And that's also included in the summary, which I said you'll get in about a week.
thank you.
Mhm.
One of the things that I'm sure Rick noticed was that the GPAC is ramped up and ready to go. And hence some of my comments. You thought of as an introductory, there was a lot of us that came with comments about what was already on the Plan Solvang website as a work plan, or I forget the document name. And that was why we wanted to call our own meeting without you. We're going to put all that stuff together and give it to you next time we see you. So it was, you've got a bunch of people chomping at the bit to help. And I guess you're going to have to deal with that. So let me put that out there right now. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Are there any other council comments, or do we have a motion?
Did we take public comment?
Oh, public comment. Sorry.
We don't have any public left.
For all of you that are in-house, I don't have any speaker slips.
We have one member of the public on Zoom. So if you would like to speak, please raise your hand or unmute yourself on this item. See no comment.
Bad field.
JP. No comments, so do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll move we accept the staff recommendation.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Yurg?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
moving to the new item number 9.
New item number 9 is the preliminary fiscal year 2021-22 supplemental budget. The way that the process is scheduled, looking at the fact that it's 10 o'clock, just to remind you of where we are in the budget process. In the month of April, the council had an opportunity to hear about different operating programs, just in general terms, and suggestions for operating structure going forward. Where we are now is that we need to get to budget adoption by the last meeting of June. So what we are looking for now at staff level is general direction about this budget that's been basically all put together now. Today's presentation would include updated forecasts, including both operating and capital improvement program, as well as discussion of the organizational structure and proposed funding. So it will be a lengthy presentation. So if you would like me to dive into it, I certainly can.
We had a suggestion to possibly move this to the June 2nd special election, or special closed session, and maybe have the closed session prior, and then do the budget after.
Because then it would only be an hour and a half or so instead of taking everybody till midnight trying to end up
Right.
with the residents with
Yeah.
more.
Agreed.
I agree with that.
So if we could,
You could
need a motion
definitely
for that? or-
schedule it for, yes, you would table it until June 2nd.
And council, as I
like to-
mentioned on the break, I'm happy to, I'll be there for the closed session, obviously, but I'm happy to be available by phone in the evening rather than coming down for the meeting, because I don't think my presence here is necessary on a budget discussion, except if you have questions. So I can make myself available by phone to keep the cost down.
Gee, we'd miss you, Dave.
You could have the meeting at your house.
You're welcome to do that. My dog would really appreciate the company.
Yeah, we're sold.
All right.
Yeah, that would work. Thank you.
Do we need a motion to do that, or just,
I think you can just give staff direction to
Just
go ahead and notice it as a
Okay.
special meeting immediately following the closed session or at a specific
yeah,
time.
and that would be for the June 2nd closed session that's scheduled at 6.
Okay, plus
Okay.
fiscal year or something.
So that leaves AB 1, 2, 3, 4 or something. We're
Yes,
done.
with that, we are, item number 11 was tabled,
Yes.
and number 12,
Which is now item number 10, AB 1234, report out and council closing comments.
do we have any other comments? I think we can safely adjourn the meeting at 10:05.
Thank you.